See, the usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day.
In 1948, John Michael Osborne, the Prince of Darkness himself.
Yeah, it sure is. That song was so scary. Ooh.
Ozzy Osbourne was born. And Kerry Jackson, if I may, standing ovation for the Kerry Jackson remix of Bark at the Moon. It was just...
The Little Dog remix.
It would just be...
Hey, play that. Have you got that Loretta Swit? This, as I listened to that, and we've played it many times, but this is, so Kerry dropped this in during the song. This is from MASH, and it's Loretta Swit as Hot Lips Houlihan on the TV show MASH. And as I listened to it this time, I just thought, what a horrible actress she is. Listen to this. Listen how awful this is.
Well, now, to be fair, I cut the spacing out of it. There are many dramatic pauses, but
I've got people dying all around me. You think I get upset because a dog gets run over? Why should I get upset about a little dog?
Well, I think that's Emmy-worthy. I think that's brilliant.
She sucks. It's terrible.
Now
The
that
pauses
song,
wouldn't have made it any better, Kerry.
well, you have to see her face as she says,
Yeah.
about a little dog. Because she
Now
was
that-
secretly feeding the dog. She was,
Yeah.
that song,
yes.
Bark at the Moon.
written by the guitarist, Jakey Lee, who got no credit for it because after they recorded it, Sharon, that bitch,
Sharon.
came to him and said, do you need to sign this paper that says that Ozzy gets all the credit for this? This is why she was a good manager for Ozzy.
And
She would
didn't
do
he, the
things like
guitarist, the guitarist didn't say, oh, why would I do that?
No, he said, well, I guess I get to be on an Ozzy Osbourne record, so I guess that's all right.
I get to be on an Ozzy Osbourne record. He's doing a song that I wrote and don't get any credit for. It's great. I love it. Okay,
You get to
Sharon.
be on an Ozzy Osbourne.
You bet you
It was
have.
that. It was like, you get to be on an...
Let me remove that little bit of trivia from the Beat Gina questions for earlier.
That wasn't
Because-
on there.
7 o'clock.
I
Well,
was
it's right here. Isn't it?
I was looking through Ozzy Osbourne stuff last night, just kind of thinking about today and thinking, oh, maybe I'll do something. I write a little show opening, just a few lines usually, and yes, believe it or not, those are written. I write those. I think about them for a second, and I thought, well, I'll do some Ozzy Osbourne, and then I went, well, no, wait a minute. The game Beat Gina is Ozzy Osbourne trivia. So if I do that, I'm sure to run afoul of the game.
You don't want to give away anything.
But apparently,
Already. It's right there. Had to scribble
Yeah.
that question out.
not my fault. I thought. I
who
thought
I
actually
about
can't
wrote
it.
help
Bark at the
that
moon.
Ozzy Osbourne trivia just spills out of me occasionally. I
It
can't
does.
help that.
Now, you were saying, ooh, that was a scary song. Here's the thing. None of that music scared us.
No,
It was designed to scare your parents, and it worked.
which I
It
didn't
worked. Yeah, again, why they thought that this guy who, and I pointed it out many times, can't operate a trash compactor. Why did they think that was the guy who was going to drag us all to hell?
Get. Well, it's probably because he admitted that he. Oh, and now see there. I was going to do.
No.
there was
You
a piece of
almost
trivia
Stop.
I
Yeah,
was going to
just-
do, and no.
And then Marilyn Manson comes along, and their parents are convinced. If you get a look at Marilyn Manson without his makeup on, he's doughy Brian Warner.
He's not.
He's
But-
not. He's not here to drag us into Satan's hands.
No, I disagree on that one, Kerry.
You're terrified of Marilyn Manson?
I'm not terrified of him, but I believe that if he had half an opportunity, he would drag us into hell.
Come on, guys, let's go to hell. Let's go.
What do you say? Yeah, let's go to hell. Huh?
Satan, I think, likes doughy people.
You
He
think?
well,
Sometimes, yeah.
I better
Satan
get
likes
working on that then.
I'm gonna write. I'm gonna put that. Make a little sign. Satan loves doughy people.
There you go.
So hi, how's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a horrible day yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, contemplating the end of the world. It.
What brought that on?
I don't know. it's like every few days I've been falling into this kind of weird funk.
Was
where
it
I
the
go,
rally in Georgia where they were saying we need to, the president needs to get the military involved in not
Declare
letting-
martial law, yeah.
was it that? Because that kind of did it for me yesterday.
No. No, this is all the more disturbing because it has no trigger.
It just happened.
Yeah, it just happens, and I sit there and I go, well, I guess this is it. I guess this is it. I don't, and then yeah, I hate it. I just hate it. I think it's all the talk of, well, this is going to be the worst winter. I mean, people are painting these grim pictures.
Well,
it will be
of
grim
winter.
for 3 months, and then
And I'm thinking, how can I do this for another 3 months? You know, how do we
you
do
have
this?
to.
well, you get a week off between Christmas and New Year's.
It's true.
And you don't have to worry about how you do it for 3 more months. You worry about how you do it today. And then tomorrow you worry about how you do it that day. You can only do right this minute. You can't do anything about tomorrow or the next day. Today, what are you doing right now? Mill Creek, have a sip of Mill Creek coffee, Bill. That's what you can do right now.
I had my Mill Creek coffee yesterday. I don't need to have any more today, do I? Do I need to have more Mill Creek coffee today? No, I don't.
Sure.
Well, I will anyway.
Every day.
Well, I was at the comic book store yesterday and ran into somebody who I see there quite often, and they were saying, well, you gotta feel a little good about, because Biden will be in charge soon. And I went, well, I won't feel good until I see him holding his hand up and his other hand on the Bible and they're doing it. Until that moment, so many things he can do, so many things Trump can do on his way out to make matters even worse. And one of them is, yes, he can legally declare martial law, say that the election was, and we have to have a do-over. He can do that.
Well, if it comes to that, he's going to have to do something. He's going to have to do something, or he won't be president anymore. So he'll have to do something, won't he?
Like I said, until this happens with, with Joe saying, I do solemnly swear, I'm not going to feel good. And that's not till end of January.
Well, anyway, I'm sorry I took the conversation in that direction.
One day at a time, Bill. Just today.
Thanks, Gina. That's such an original thought. One day at a time.
I almost said the F word to you just then.
Oh,
Because
really?
that's
One
how
day at
mad
a
I
time.
was at how you just were.
One day at a time, Bill. One day at a time. It's always so helpful when somebody says that to you. I'd like you to also look at me and say, smile, Bill, smile.
Well, apparently it hasn't been helpful
No, it hasn't been at all.
when someone has said that to you.
No, it hasn't been.
All right. Let's get this going and over with.
Check-ins, how about
Yes, let's do that.
that? 877-602-9696. That's the check-in number. Maybe that'd make me feel better. If you called and checked in and just said
No,
hi.
God, Lord knows, don't try to make Bill feel better. Do whatever you do not try to say anything to make Bill feel better. Don't do it.
Well, that's awfully cruel, Gina. How can you be so cruel? That's really mean of you. Good Lord, I thought you were a nice person. I'm going to have to change my intro for you this morning. I've written something nice about you.
Really?
I'm going to have to. Yeah, I'm going to have to change that. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Please, we'd like to hear from you.
All right, we're going to take a break. We will be back with your usual Thursday show on the way. UtahAdvocates.com.
Yeah, train wreck. Maybe you've been in a train wreck. Any kind of an accident, really.
Well,
Injured in an accident.
Yeah. Get yourself off the tracks and then bring out your phone and open your browser, go to UtahAdvocates.com, and you can talk to an attorney live right there.
Simple.
Free.
It can, free. They don't charge you anything unless they decide to take your case, and then they get you a settlement. They are really great guys too. We've talked to most of the attorneys who've worked at the Advocates, and most of them have been there for years. It's a very small firm. They take only a select number of cases that they feel good about, and they can help you navigate the insurance companies and help you get the settlement that you deserve. So if you've been in an accident and you don't know what to do, I'll tell you what to do. Call the Advocates, 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or chat with an attorney online at utawadvocates.com.
It's Best Question of the Week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10-year-old I had with, or of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, it's, so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like, no human, other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside, hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
All right, 6:22. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 if you've a mind to give us a jingle, will you? Just give us a jingle this morning. Say, hi, how you doing? Let us know what you're doing. Let us know that you're okay and that life is going on. So, Gina.
MyWife'sKitchen.com. Locally sourced, made from scratch meals with little or no prep required. Delivery available in Salt Lake, Sugar House, Mill Creek, and Cottonwood Heights. Stay safe and eat well with MyWife'sKitchen.com.
It's delicious. Delicious. Let's see. The moon is 90.6% of full. It's a waning gibbous moon. The moon will set today at 10:35 a.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 3rd day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is day number 248 of our pandemic broadcasts where we are in our homes broadcasting. Carrie and Gina and me, Bill, are home. Katie, for short, our producer, is down in the studio, and so she's doing the hard stuff. Now, this is the show, of course, that's least likely to receive a presidential pardon. You realize that. We are Radio from Hell, starring Carrie doing the perp walk Jackson, Bill walk him up Allred, and Gina, what did I do? I didn't do nothing. Barbary. Katie, the innocent among us, for short, is the producer, and Miriam and Skip, completely blameless. I just want you to know they're completely blameless for whatever happens here, okay? This is National Roof Over Your Head Day. Spend a few minutes being thankful that you're not homeless and appreciating your roof and your home. Make a contribution to a homeless shelter so people can come in out of the cold. So it's a good thing to think about today, all right? All right, so check-ins, if there are any, at 877-602-9696. Give us a call. Are you going to make a contribution to the road home? Yesterday, people. Now I don't know how it ended up down at Ken Garff Chevy in American Fork. There were some things in the truck when we ended the broadcast yesterday. People had been bringing things in on our Road to the Road home promotion, but apparently the bed was mostly full of well, as our production guy Doug put it, he lives down in that area, and he stopped by and made a contribution, took in some stuff for the road home, and he said there were so many tampons in that truck, I couldn't believe it.
Well, people heard the call for feminine hygiene products, which is, I believe, is one of the items that is often overlooked in donating, because number one, it's expensive. They just are. Although I thought the other day there was a story that Scotland now.
Oh, is it Scotland? I thought it was a state, but Scotland, it's going to be free. Any feminine hygiene product, free.
Which is awesome, because that's one of those things where your period don't care whether you have a house or not. It's coming once a month, no matter what.
So does that mean you can, though, in Scotland, you'll be able to buy period underwear for free? Or you'll be able to get it for free?
I think it's just the
Diva Cup for free? Or?
Maybe. I don't know specifically what's free, but...
Well, see, that's what happens when La Barberi turns on the pad with wings signal.
All the wings make all the difference. They really do.
Looks kind of like a bat.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But that is just one of the many things that the road home needs.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. Doug texted me. He said, here, I'll read the text. He said, see, I went to the Chevy dealer to drop some stuff off. I was amazed at the amount of donated tampons. And I said, well, thanks. There was a special call out for tampons and feminine hygiene products from Gina. He said, seriously, the back of that truck had more tampons than blankets.
Wow. Now, that being said, we could use some blankets too.
Yes, sure. the needs are many for the road home. And you can continue to contribute. Now, we'll be doing an official broadcast next Wednesday for, I think, Murray is our next one?
That will be the Chevy dealer in Murray.
But you can go to any Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer at any time between now and like the week of Christmas and make your donations. You don't have to wait till next Wednesday.
Let's go to Bob.
Hey, Bob. Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hello.
Bobby boy.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Bob.
You talked to the mayor, Bill. I wanted to ask, why did she shut down the library again?
We'll
we're
ask
gonna
her.
we're going to have the mayor on later today.
Is Mayor Mendenhall on today? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll ask about that, Bob. Thank you for posing it. You go to the library a lot?
Oh, well, yeah, I hang out at the library.
Okay.
I read the books, I watch the DVDs, I play with the computers.
It's a good thing to do when you go to the. It's a good thing to do when you go to the library, Bob. Is to read the books. That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bob, can I ask you a question before we let you go?
Sure, go ahead.
George Clooney claims that he has cut his own hair for 20 years with a Flowbee. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He read about it at the library, Bill. There's a whole
I had
book about it.
I had a commanding officer in the Air Force who cut his own hair.
With a Flowbee?
No, I guess with a mirror and a pair of scissors.
Well, there you go. All right, Bob. Thank you.
They didn't have Flowbees, is what he was going to say.
Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
I think. How old is Bob? Because the Flowbee has been around for a very, very long time.
Been around since at least the 70s,
at least
60s,
the 70s.
I think. Even.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Bob. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. We have a crash 41st South at 27th West. Several directions of traffic are affected because it looks like it happened right in the intersection there. That's the only accident so far I have to report to you. Do you have one to report to us? You do that by texting it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986. The Blocks is downtown Salt Lake. Celebrate the holidays by enjoying the sights of the city and activities at Gallivan Center, City Creek Center, and the Gateway.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news, geek news coming up, and at 7 o'clock, it's easy Ozzy Osbourne trivia for your chance to win a Radio from Hell face mask. We'll mail it right to you if you beat Gina, coming up at 7 o'clock. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
You know, now they're having a Black Friday sale on tires at Big O Tires, but they do more than tires at Big O. They brake, shocks, oil changes, alignments, battery, wiper blades, all of that stuff. But you really should take advantage of the sale that's going on now through the 6th. And the 6th is that Sunday? I think it is. Big O has these kind of savings on tires. You can save up to $190 off a set of Michelin or BF Goodrich tires. Buy one free on buy three, get one free on select Mesa or Aspen tires, and then $100 off Pirelli, Nitto, Big O brand or Toyo tires with no credit, no interest options rather until 2022. It's the team you trust, isn't it, Gina?
Yeah, I trust them. I go to the one on Highland Drive. I need to go in there and get my winter tires changed out for the ones I have on now because they're safer. Big O Tires.
Yep, BigOTires.com.
The music starts at 10 with the one.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
It's not much of a sacrifice.
We all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina,
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal, Scott. What's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
Oh.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up.
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Sweet.
You win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and helping transfer power peacefully here on
All right.
BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. Big boy news now. Geek news coming up after that. Beat Gina at 7 o'clock. Be ready for that. Big boy news now brought to you by.
Well, it's brought to you in part by the Flowbee was only around in 1986. It does not go back to the 70s and 60s.
I thought it was back in the 70s. Okay.
So brought to you in part by that. And make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, Regina King, Selena Gomez are people of the year, according to People magazine.
I get Fauci. I don't get the other one.
None of those people have claimed that they cut their hair with a Flowbee. However, George Clooney, also one of the people of the year, People magazine, a man who claims that for the last 20 years he has cut his own hair or had his assistant do it. There's an addendum to it. He has an assistant, a Flowbee assistant apparently, who cuts his hair. And as Gina was just mentioning, if you don't know what a Flowbee is, it's an attachment you put on your vacuum cleaner to cut your hair. It was developed and filed for patent in 1986 by Rick Huntz, a San Diego, California carpenter. And he got a patent on this device, and there were a lot of commercials for Flowbee on TV. 2 million Flowbees were sold by the year 2000. And,
Most of them as white elephant gifts, I'm suspecting.
I don't know. I think people look at it and go, my gosh, that seems so practical, and if it works, what a brilliant idea, if it works. And, they use a Flowbee-like device on the space shuttle, or the space station, the International Space Station, to cut the astronauts' hair. Because you can't have, particles of hair floating around everywhere.
No.
Got to suck them up with the vacuum while you're cutting the hair.
A skilled professional could produce a good layered haircut. Tens of thousands have been sold to satisfied customers. Why? Because it really works.
Proper suction.
There you go. There's a good reason. It really works.
You
I
can't
don't
just
know.
say that in a commercial. It has to actually be true.
Now, I think I'm going to have to get a Flowbee and try it out.
Your hair's too long for a Flowbee. It's for like the short, cropped to the head hairdo.
Do you know
I don't
that
think it
for
will
sure?
work on. I'm pretty sure it would be difficult to use
Because
it on
the tubes
your
that
hair.
they have, because the blade mechanism's in the thing by the vacuum cleaner hose. And then there are tubes that your hair gets sucked up in. Now, they have different length tubes,
Yeah.
but I don't know how long the tubes are.
Maybe I should ask George Clooney.
There you go.
I'm shocked that we haven't had somebody who's actually had Flowbee experience get a hold of us and tell us about it.
Because I'm telling you, nobody actually uses it. They're all bought as jokes, and they're never actually used.
Great-looking haircuts with no cleanup.
Oh.
Infomercial.
It's the 80s. This is 80s music.
The government in London has been vague about how quickly they could stock hospitals with the vaccine, but the Pfizer vaccine has been approved for use in England. Doctors and nurses are preparing to begin vaccinating their colleagues within days. The emergency authorization was given yesterday for the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine. The decision cleared the way for a vaccination campaign with little precedent in modern medicine, encompassing not only the ultra cold, dry ice that they need to keep it at the right temperature, but a crusade against anti-vaccine misinformation. Britain's beating the United States to authorization on a vaccine developed by an American company, no less, and that intensifies pressure on the United States to get it going and get it going fast. 3 ex-presidents have joined together. Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton have all gone. They went to the I think it was the CDC and said, how can we help? How can we help convince people that getting this vaccine is a good thing and help roll it out? And they said, well, it'd be let's have a TV commercial where you are all getting a shot of the vaccine, showing people that you're getting the shot. Notorious anti-vaxxer Jimmy Carter, not a part of that.
It's that Jimmy is.
Why isn't Jimmy a part of this?
Jimmy's only mostly.
I can't find my phone.
There's only parts of Jimmy that are still alive.
How about Rosalind? What about Rosalind?
Let me write that down. I got my notes for my Deadpool.
No, don't put Jimmy Carter
Jimmy Carter on there.
Isn't he too old? I think he's too old. The Centers for Disease Control warned that this winter may be the most difficult time in U.S. public health history. The U.K. I just did that story. The United States recorded its single worst daily death toll since the pandemic began. And on a day when COVID-19 hospitalizations also hit an all-time high, the pace of loss showed no signs of slowing anytime soon. Not since spring, since the pandemic's first peak where so many deaths reported. The high point then was 2,752 on April 15. On Wednesday, it was more than that. It was 2,760. Hospitalizations topped 100,000, more than double the number at the beginning of November. Utah's rate of coronavirus shows the same trend. Their cases are on the rise. 4,000 cases reported yesterday here in Utah.
40 22% positivity rate yesterday.
We have letter after letter after letter, email after email after email from people who have had this horrible virus affect their lives directly. And did I tell you I spoke yesterday with, I don't think she'd mind, I won't use her name, but Dave Mattson's aunt who lives in Wyoming. And we're still trying to arrange for Dave to have a good place to live and all that GoFundMe money. And we'll give you an update on that coming up, and all that GoFundMe money and how that'll be administered and all of that kind of thing. So I speak to her occasionally. I called her yesterday. I hadn't talked to her for a while, and I said, "You sound terrible." And she said, "Everybody in my house, all four of us, have COVID."
Oh, geez.
Wow.
We all have it. I said, "Oh my God!" Her daughter, who lives with her, is a nurse. I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. But I said, "Are you guys? Are you okay?" And she said, "It's horrible. I think we're all going to pull through, but it's dreadful." She said, "One day you'll feel fine." Oh, I'm okay. Next day,
That's
boom.
what Katie's nodding. That's her fiance had that same thing.
So,
We've actually heard that from a lot of people. I'm getting better.
Yeah.
Oh, not so fast.
If you have a story, a personal story about COVID, send it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Just put COVID in the subject line. We're reading a lot of them on the air. It's better than just giving you statistics about how many deaths there have been. And
Did you send an email to that friend of the program that was in ICU that had been communicating?
I did,
with
and
us?
thanks for reminding me. I forgot to. It's a matter of trying to find that email.
Yeah, I just
So-
he'd emailed us a couple times, and then we didn't hear from him anymore, and I got worried. I'd like to.
Yeah, let me
know if we have.
I will make a
note.
note right now. Excuse me. I'm sorry to do this.
We're doing business.
But if I don't make a note, then I will forget. San Juan County has asked President-elect Joe Biden to immediately restore Bears Ears National Monument.
Okay.
That's the San Juan County Commission. With fewer than 50 days remaining now before Inauguration Day, the San Juan County Commission passed a resolution calling on President-elect Joe Biden to take immediate action to restore the Bears Ears National Monument when he assumes office. The resolution marks a dramatic reversal of the Commission's position from 4 years ago when, in December 2016, President Obama designated a 1.35 million-acre national monument at the request of 5 Native American tribes with ties to the region over the loud objection of nearly every elected leader in Utah. All the white people.
Yeah.
The white folks didn't want this to happen. But President Obama looked at it and said, this seems to be what the Native people who have
This is important land
This
for
is their
them.
ancestral
This is-
land. This is where the bones of their ancestors lie.
Yeah.
And they want it protected. Okay, I'll protect it. Well, asshats from the little squirmy worm Phil Lyman on all the way up to leaders in our legislature, white guys raise a fuss about it. Well, turnabout is fair play. The San Juan County Commission, 3 people, has changed complexion completely. It's always been white guys. White men and women, whiteys, as on the commission, I think. Oh no, that's not true. Not always. I think once there has been a Native American on that commission. Well, that changed pretty drastically this last election. There are now 2 Native Americans on the commission and one white guy, and so they now have representation. And who do you think are there more natives in that area or more white people? There are more natives in that area, and because the commission and the people in San Juan County, the political people in San Juan County, always manage to keep things districted so that the Navajo and other natives people in the area didn't have as much of a voice. That's how the white people always got elected.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all changed because a federal judge said, remember all that?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to change this or I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, now Willie Gray Eyes and I think it's Mark Maraboy are on the commission, and they've immediately petitioned to have that Bears ears reinstated.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, this is all happening very fast. You know, I reported right here in my incomplete sports report that Snoop Dogg, people were just thrilled with his amateur Instagram play-by-play of the boxing match with Mike Tyson. Well, as things move fast in the boxing world, he's officially getting into the business of boxing. He's launching a boxing league called the Fight Club.
Okay.
The plan for the Fight Club is to have sanctioned and unsanctioned fights. What, like in an alley? What?
I understand, by the way, that it's going to be, he's not going to be the commissioner of the league. It's going to be Martha Stewart.
Perfect.
She's going to be the commissioner of the Fight Club League.
They're working on a big sanctioned fight that involves 2 stars. He said, I can tell you the main fight. I can't say yet who it's going to be, but it's going to be something that everyone wants to see. You thought the Tyson Jones Jr. fight was big. This would be even bigger.
Whoa.
So.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, Snoop, everything he touches turns to gold, so we'll see what happens with this. Weather, I told you at the beginning of the week it would be the same, and it is still, in fact, the same. There's no snow in sight. It's actually starting to worry people just a little bit, because usually we have at least something by this time in December, and we've had a whole lot of nothing. Mid-40s for the rest of the week, sunny, overnight lows in the 20s, and no snow in sight. Traffic, we have that crash 41st South at 27th West. Looks to be in the intersection, so it's causing several directions of slowage there. And what do you see? If it's safe for you to text it to us, please do. 33986. The Blocks is downtown Salt Lake. Celebrate the holidays and come on downtown. Gallivan Center, City Creek, the Gateway. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you. We got Beat Gina coming up in the next break. You can line up now to play Easy Ozzy Osbourne Trivia with Gina. 877-602-9696. And if you beat Gina, you will win either a Radio from Hell or X96 face mask.
Not your choice?
I don't know if it's your choice. I think it's Sarge's choice when he pulls them out of the box and puts it in the envelope. I think that's how it goes. But so there you go. 877-602-9696. Geek News sponsored by...
Losing weight, getting in shape, try Built Bar. Built Bar, low calorie, low sugar, high protein, best tasting protein bar, BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20.
All right. Raise a glass. Got to raise a glass in his honor. I know Ed Brass is very upset today to hear this news.
I am your Redeemer. It is by my hand you will rise from the ashes of this world.
Yes. Hugh Keys Byrne, an Australian actor, also known as Immortan Joe in the latest Mad Max movie, Fury Road, Ed Brass's favorite movie. Next to Conan, of course, next to Conan the Barbarian. Has died. It does not say what he has died of, but he was only 73, so we have to wonder. I mean, they just released that Dave Prowse had the COVID when he died, so who knows? We haven't gotten a report on this, but Hugh Keys Byrne, that was his final appearance on screen, and that performance of Immortan Joe won him Best Actor in a Supporting Role nom for the Australian Film Critics Association, but more importantly, Best Villain nomination at the MTV Music Awards, or Movie Awards. So, Immortan Joe has left us. Thank you very much. Now, I'm not much of a Lord of the Rings person, but people who are fans of Lord of the Rings, they're into it. I mean, you can't just be I don't think you can be a passive fan of being Lord of the Rings. You know, you just kind of, I enjoyed it. You're in or you're not, I think. And the folks that are in, Ian McKellen, John Rhys Davies, Martin Freeman, Annie Lennox, they are all calling upon everybody to save the Oxford home of the late fantasy author J.R.R. Tolkien. It's up for sale, and the stars of the movies are calling on fans to help a charity organization purchase the property to create a literary center dedicated to Tolkien.
What are they? Is it threatening to be torn down or something?
Well, it's up for sale, and instead of just selling it to somebody to live in,
it's uncertain.
Yeah.
So.
Instead of just selling it to be lived in, they would like to turn it into a literary center. So the goal is to raise $6 million. That's approximately 4.5 million euros. But only 5.3 mil is needed to buy the house. In the event that they reach their $6 million goal, the campaign will fund renovations, restore the garden, fund a scholarship program, all of that stuff. So, if you're a Tolkien fan, go online, take a look. You'll find all the information for that. Now, this will mean something to people of a certain age. Shark Boy and Lava Girl, which is a superhero movie that Robert Rodriguez put together many, many years ago. These are his kids. Well, if you want to feel old, Shark Boy and Lava Girl are parents now, and their daughter is going to be on this Netflix movie released globally on New Year's Day called We Can Be Heroes. So it's essentially it's a sequel to Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Also, The Stand. You remember The Stand?
Yeah.
That's coming to, I think it's CBS All Access.
Yeah, it is.
They have cast the Trash Can Man, Ezra Miller.
The Flash?
The Flash will be playing the Trash Can Man. Also, these Universal Classic Monster movies that are being done. We just had The Invisible Man recently. It was really, really good. And they're working on Wolfman, and they're working on a couple of others. Channing Tatum is now set to star in one with Phil Lord and Chris Miller from 21 Jump Street movies. They worked with him then.
I was going to say, is this going to be a funny take on a monster movie?
That's what they're saying, is that it's it's a more lighthearted take, and it says a modern day tongue-in-cheek thriller. It says here, but I'm just looking at Channing Tatum's head, the way it's shaped. I'm thinking Frankenstein, but that's just me. And finally, this. I'm not spoiling anything. A few episodes back in The Mandalorian, there was it was such a cute little scene where Baby Yoda was in a classroom, and there was a kid next to him eating macarons, blue macarons, and Baby Yoda wanted them, and the kid wouldn't give him one. And so Baby Yoda used the Force and stole them.
Because what would you do if you had the Force and you were a baby and wanted a cookie?
Yeah, he's like, it just got it right in his hands and was eating it. And then he threw them up later because he ate so much. Well, I won't spoil that part, why he threw them up. But cashing in on the Mandalorian mania, as we heard yesterday, it's the #1 franchise, Williams-Sonoma is selling Mandalorian Navarro Nummies macarons. A 12-pack will cost you, and you'll pay it because you're a sucker, $50. Yes, you can.
I won't.
You can. Oh, really? No. That makes each macaron about $4.17.
And they're this big. They're tiny.
So rush to Williams-Sonoma. I think it's still there in Trolley Square, isn't it?
I don't know.
See if they have them. And say, yes, I'll pay $50 for a cookie that I can probably get at a local bakery for much, much less. Yes, they won't be light blue, but there you go. All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Stalled vehicle northbound 7th East at 950 South in Salt Lake. The right lane is blocked. Crash northbound SR 36 at Stansbury Parkway. The right shoulder blocked there. And a crash of 41st South 27th West in the intersection there. And nobody sent anything in via text. Maybe you're not seeing anything. Or maybe you see something and you don't know how to let us know. You desperately want to tell us, but you don't have the text line number. Let me give it to you. 33986. That's how you get a hold of us. If it's safe for you to pass along information, that's how you do it. That's traffic.
All right. Well, we will take a break, and we will be back after these. Line up now to beat Gina, 877-602-9696. It is easy trivia. Multiple choice trivia is always easy because you can, whittle it down. I've made the questions even easier, and the questions were easy to begin with. So your chances of beating Gina are, well, I don't know. She knows an awful lot about Ozzy Osbourne.
Basically, You're calling in to win a mask. That's basically what this is.
877-602-9696. Showing people how the tricks are done,
Sorry.
Gina. We'll get to it after these. KXRK Provo.
The new X90.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here, too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. Hi. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up faster testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch. Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch. We better come up with a plan quicker. We're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you'll be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now.
Man, I'd hate to play word ball against these guys. I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically, we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go. Bye-bye, sister. On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
Coin Toss app says heads, as you can see there at x96.com/live. So
this
that
will
means
be your only advantage in the game, Todd. It's all downhill from here.
I'm afraid that's correct, Todd, because
now we should point out that Todd stands to win a Radio from Hell face mask.
All right.
But what happens if he loses?
Gina?
Todd, tell everybody what you're going to do if I beat you.
For sure. So I'll be donating to the food bank. A lot of times, a lot of donations take place before Thanksgiving, but after Thanksgiving, folks kind of fall off.
Nice. Donation to the
Excellent,
food
Todd.
bank. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Okay, then, let's begin. The first question is yours, Todd, to answer exclusively. And if you get it correct, you get the points. And then we'll go to Gina with her question. But if you get it incorrect, that gives Gina a chance to steal the point away. And we'll go back and forth like that until somebody gets 3 points. All right. Todd, are you ready? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Todd, what is Ozzy Osbourne's full name? Is it A, Oswald Cobblepot Osborne, B, John Michael Osborne, C, Dwayne The Rock Osborne, or D, Richard Astley Osborne?
I'll go for B.
Michael Osborne? That is correct.
Oh, that's wonderful, Todd. That's 1 point for you. Now it's Gina's turn.
Oh, Gina, that one's too easy for you. Let's see. Okay, here we go, Gina.
All right.
What was the name of Ozzy's first band? First band he was in. What was the name of the band? Was it A, Earth, B, Wind, C,
Fire?
Water.
Oh.
You thought I was going to say fire there. Water. Or D, fire.
Earth. Was
Earth
the first
is
band.
correct. Wow.
It's 1-1. The game is tied. Todd now has the question.
Let's see. Todd? Okay, here we go. Todd, what was the name of the heavy metal band founded by Ozzy? What was the name of the heavy metal band founded by Ozzy Osbourne? Was it A, The Originals? Well, they had to change their name, though, because they found out there was another band across town named The Originals, so they changed their name to the New Originals. B, The Oswald Family. C, Judas Priest. Or D, Black Sabbath.
That's D, Black Sabbath.
Wow. Okay, there we go.
Well, it's 2-1. This is very exciting. Gina controls the question. A chance to tie if she manages to get the answer correct.
Let's see. Let's pick a hard one for Gina. Okay. How did Ozzy meet Sharon?
Mm-hmm.
How did Ozzy meet Sharon? Was it A, she was the daughter of their manager?
Yes.
B,
Am I
multiple
right?
choice.
Yes.
We need...
But I know that's the answer. So, but go ahead, because that's where the jokes are.
And you know, again, you interrupt the jokes as you always do. You know, you just let the man have his moment.
These are all
have his moment.
These are all very
okay. Let's hear
reasonable.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
not.
Restate the question, if you
All
would,
right.
please, Mr. Carey.
How did Ozzy meet his wife Sharon? Was it A, she was the daughter of their manager? B, he was on Hollywood Squares, she was a production assistant, and he sat next to Paul Lynde? C, a high school production of Dracula? Or D, on the dating site Farmers Only?
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. But yes, I will stick with my original answer.
That's correct. All right. I've already forgotten the score, John.
It's I've got it here.
Thank you.
It's 2-2, and Todd controls the question. It's Todd's game. He can win on this one.
You could win on this one. Okay. What was Ozzy's nickname while he was the lead singer of Black Sabbath? Todd, what was his nickname? Was it A, the Snark Knight, B, the Satanic Siren, C, the Prince of Darkness, or D, the Mean Lantern?
C, the Prince of Darkness.
Wow. That just
Todd
right.
wins
easy,
the
Todd.
game. There you go. Nicely done, Todd. So you get that
Thank
Radio from Hell face mask, and you don't have to contribute to the food bank.
I mean, it would be
I'll
nice
still
if you.
donate.
Okay.
Oh, you
Oh,
will.
good. Oh,
that's
Thanks, Todd.
it's very nice of you. I guess you kind of understand how this really works.
Of course.
All right, Todd.
Hang on the line, Todd. We'll
Put you
we'll
on
get your
hold.
information.
Yeah, get your info, and thank you for playing. You want another question?
Yeah.
Gene? Was it, what song did Ozzy credit to inspiring him to be a musician? What made him decide to start a rock band?
Okay.
What song? Was it A, She Loves You by the Beatles? B, Barbie Girl by Aqua? C, Epitaph by King Crimson? Or D, Jingle Bells Batman Smells by Unknown?
I'm going to say the Beatles.
It was the Beatles.
Oh.
Yes. He's a
I know
big
the
fan
answer
of the
to
Beatles.
none of these, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, none of them.
Oh, you know this one. Why did Ozzy bite the head off a bat during a live performance?
Because he likes bat meat? I don't know.
Well, he didn't know it was a live bat. He thought
he
it was
thought it was a fake bat. Yeah.
I did know that.
All right. Okay, traffic, Gina, please. And Gina, before you do traffic, please remind people to secure their loads.
Yeah. Oh, secure your load, for God's sake. Tie that stuff down. What is there an issue?
Is someone who says I almost got killed because something flew into their car,
Oh.
shattered their windshield.
Jeez.
Secure
Yes.
your load.
Please. An RV is being pulled out of traffic on northbound 7th East, 9th South. All lanes are stopped while they move that out of the way. Expect delays in that area. Crash northbound SR 36 at milepost 62. This is just north of the Stansbury Parkway in Tooele. And I believe other than securing your load, that's all we have to tell you right now. But if you see something flying out of the back of somebody's truck, report it to us if it's safe for you to do so. 33986. A clean home is a festive home. Zero Res has a deal for you. $33 per room of carpet cleaning. Schedule 3 rooms, get an extra room cleaned for free. Schedule with Zero Res today.
Boners round 1 coming up here. The candidates you'll be considering. Number 1. Well, in my judgment, Trump won. Boner candidate number 2. I'll give you one guess to figure out who the dick who voted no is. And boner candidate number 3. Once again, fair play loses.
All right, round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. MyWife'sKitchen.com. Now,
Well, not your wife's kitchen.
Well, that's the website you should go to, MyWife'sKitchen.com.
Yeah, it's not my wife's kitchen. It's not Carrie's wife's kitchen.
No,
It's Travis Herbert's wife's kitchen, really. He's the chef, and this is a local guy, a great chef who prepares your meals and then delivers them right to your door. Both Carrie and I have had his meals. They're great.
Now, what's great about this food delivery service is, unlike those ones in the boxes that you get, and you have to do all the prep work, Travis has done it all for you. I mean, you just pretty much have to heat it up. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, there might be some minor assembly, but
Maybe take you 20 minutes to put together a delicious meal.
Yeah.
Now, delivery is included in Salt Lake City, Sugar House, Mill Creek, Cottonwood. The menu options are always changing. No minimum order, no contracts, and 10% discount for families of 3 or more at the order for the entire month of December meals. So go to mywifeskitchen.com.
The holidays are a time of
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapy?
When you are, you know,
why
doing
not?
when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask, or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, it's a. I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, him, I'll be going to him, and then I'll take it in. I'm going to start it in. And then take, and then something. And I take it in, and again, and then mother and daughter, and you take both of them out, but you attend those programs, for a lot of North Vegetarian and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I start the thing and then I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
Catherine. I'll get rid of the heck of armor.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi curious?
Are you bi curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, I can do the first to the Lord. If you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the thing. And then the second on the line, piece by piece, all the way, and then get down, and then I kind of down a little bit, and then around, and then you just slide down, and then you go up further, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, I just listen. Brittany, what are you doing? I think I know. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you go ahead and you listen, you really have a partner. So what you need to do is pray about it and what you think about it. And then you go home, and then I think I'm now going for a marriage. And if you think of the word, and then you want to say, and then I think, the power of the end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
23 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens in an hour from now at 8:20. We get another winner there out of 3 different candidates. We send both of our winners forward to Boner Dome. At 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, send your champion for round 1 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
the thrill that comes with having your name added to an ever-growing list of people that someday are maybe going to get a Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
I think we need to make this a little more concrete. Katie, could you get a big list of names, and then every time we do this, I want you on camera to add that name to the list, okay, as when we get a winner. So get a big scroll or something.
There we go. There,
get a
she's
big
got it.
scroll. We need to make this concrete. So
She's got it.
Yeah. So here we go. Boner candidate number 1. In my judgment, Trump won. Mo Brooks,
Oh, boy.
Republican, Alabama,
Yeah.
has been telling his colleagues and allies that he plans to challenge the Electoral College votes when Congress officially certifies Joe Biden's victory on January 6th, as long as a Senate Republican, because he's just a House of Representatives. But if I can get a senator to go along with me, then we'll challenge the Electoral College vote. Brooks confirmed his plans in a phone interview, adding that he is still considering objecting to the vote counting process, even if nobody joins him on that. Though he acknowledged that that would be more of a symbolic protest. Brooks, who echoes President Trump's baseless claims of voter fraud without providing any evidence, argued that the election was badly flawed and that most mail-in voting is unconstitutional. In my judgment, if only lawful votes by eligible American citizens were cast, Donald Trump won the Electoral College by a significant margin. Again, there is zero proof. None.
Yeah.
None.
40 different cases have been brought forward, and they've all been, no, there's nothing here. You know, just because you're outraged at something, you need to have evidence in order to have a trial.
I think I saw this, and I believe I saw that.
No, he didn't see anything. He doesn't even say that.
No,
he says,
doesn't.
In my judgment,
people are saying, and I am hearing.
In my judgment, this is what I think happened. I didn't see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't got any facts and figures about it. What idiots.
That woman who said they brought in a van pulled up in the back and they brought in votes. Well, did you see what they took out of it? They said they were bringing lunch. Well, did you see what they got? Well, no, but
it's a van.
That makes it all the way to a lawsuit?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know how it gets that. That's the best you got. You put your best thing you have in the lawsuit. That's the best thing you have.
If you continue to make those kind of statements, Gina, I'm going to sue you.
Okay.
See,
all they have are allegations and assertions, no evidence.
Boner candidate number 1, in my judgment, Trump won. Boner candidate number 2, I'm going to give you one guess to figure out who the dick who voted no is. The U.S. Senate voted 96-1 yesterday to speed up disability benefits for Americans who are diagnosed with ALS. That's
Lou Gehrig's disease.
Yeah, Lou Gehrig's multiple sclerosis, commonly referred to. Well, it's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis.
Yeah.
The bill's sponsor, U.S. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, worked closely with U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, so there's a Democrat with a Republican, to secure passage of the measure, which would waive the 5-month waiting period, which God knows why that was there.
Yeah.
That delays patients' access to Social Security disability insurance. The legislation now heads to the other side of the Capitol. House version of the bill already has more than 300 co-sponsors, so it looks pretty close. And members of the ALS Association welcomed the news. We're thrilled about this. But one person voted no. No, I'm not. I don't think this is fair.
The chat room is guessing who it is.
They probably know because it's a little bit in the news. Who is the one dick who voted no?
Andrew says, my guess, Rand Paul.
No.
Really?
Even better than that.
Okay.
Mike Lee?
Yep.
Whoa.
Utah Senator Mike Lee.
Wow.
The one who voted no, who said helping ALS patients is a good cause, but he argued that the bill had too narrow a focus. He said ALS is just one of many similarly debilitating and deadly diseases that Americans are suffering from today. While not as well known, all of these victims are also deserving of the same kind of special attention and accommodation in federal policy. Okay, then grant it to them. And start with the ALS people as This is what tells me that Mike Lee is not smart.
No. And the statement that you just read, it sounds to me like he's headed towards socialized medicine, frankly.
What a dumb guy. What a
just
dumb
pass
guy.
this and then work on the other thing.
Yes.
You don't not do things
Yeah.
because it
We're not
doesn't
going to
take
help
care
those
of everything.
people. We're not going to help those people unless we can fix everything.
Mike, I'd ask you to write up some sort of a bill about that. But, you'd have to have someone write it for you, I'm sure, because I'm sure you don't write your own.
Stunning.
It's just amazing.
Stunning. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Once again, fair play loses.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
At Young Mazda, lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See their selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
A lot of people have wondered why there hasn't been a sequel to the hugely popular Christmas movie, Elf.
It's one of my favorite Christmas movies.
Will Ferrell. One of the biggest reasons apparently is, and he was offered $29 million to do it. Will Ferrell said, "I don't want to I don't want to play Buddy again.
I thought it was that he didn't get along with Jon Favreau. That's what it was.
That's what I read, and it's also in Favreau's contract that he gets to direct a sequel if it happens. Yeah. And those two didn't get along apparently.
Well, he in this story it just says, I just never liked the idea of a sequel. I just didn't like that. $29 million does seem a lot of money for a guy to wear tights, but that's what the marketplace will bear. It's insane, but it's not my call. I just didn't want to do another one. So that's all he says about it. I felt bad for Tom Bergeron because he was just, along with Aaron Andrews, I believe, they were just chucked off of Dancing with the Stars. Now, I don't care about Dancing with the Stars. I don't watch it. But I've talked to Tom Bergeron before. Mm-hmm. I've seen him work before. Mm-hmm. And he does a good job. He's he's personable. He keeps things going. He's funny.
He's a good host.
He's just a really good host. And nobody ever gave a really good reason for why he was thrown off of Dancing with the Stars. Well, it's now, there are some people who keep saying, we want him back, we want him back. He said, even if they offered, I would not.
Good.
I would not do it. I wouldn't go back, just not going to do it. 3,000 Americans could die every day from coronavirus during a rough winter, according to CDC Director Robert Redfield. He gave a dire warning of the rough winter ahead as hospitals fill with coronavirus patients across the United States. According to data compiled by the COVID Tracking Project, COVID-19 hospitalizations reached nearly 100,000 on Tuesday. That's a point much higher than the spring and summer surges of the virus. There were nearly 2,500 coronavirus-related deaths. The Canyons School District here in Utah is now offering rapid COVID testing to every single member, to all of the staff. So, and all the teachers.
And they're paying for it.
Yeah, there's 6,000 teachers, staff members. The program is designed to benefit individuals who may be asymptomatic after coming into contact with somebody who has the virus. We can help people feel a little bit safer about coming back to school, being in that environment and feeling safe, that they're not exposing people and that they're not potentially spreading COVID without knowing it, said Jennifer Gerard, a nurse for the district. Ivanka Trump was apparently deposed on Tuesday.
Yeah, all this talk of pardons and stuff, that's all federal stuff. New York State is waiting in the wings with all kinds of lawsuits that Trump can't pardon anybody from.
She sat for a deposition on Tuesday with investigators from Washington, D.C. Attorney General's office as part of its lawsuit alleging the misuse of inaugural funds, according to a court filing. In January, the D.C. Attorney General sued the Trump Organization and Presidential Inaugural Committee, alleging they abused more than $1 million raised by the nonprofit by grossly overpaying for use of event space at the Trump Hotel, which should be a problem right there, at the Trump Hotel in Washington for the inauguration. Depositions of witnesses as part of the lawsuit have been underway for the past several weeks. Tom Barrack, chairman of the inaugural committee, was deposed on November 17th. The Attorney General's office has also subpoenaed records from Barack Obama, Ivanka Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and Rick Gates, the former inaugural committee chairman, the filing said.
Yeah,
if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
You know the hug and Christmas decorations Melania tape?
Yeah.
The woman that recorded that was part of that inaugural committee.
She was the head of the inaugural committee.
And that's why people are like, oh, that's terrible that she was secretly recording the first lady. It's because she was under investigation for that, and she was cooperating with investigators to get evidence for that. So that's all tied together.
And she's going to be on Maddow tonight. They're going to interview her. And also, New York State currently has 67 lawsuits waiting for the Trump Organization.
Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, who's a Republican and a close ally of President Donald Trump throughout the 2020 election. As a matter of fact, he said, the president has my phone number, and he calls me, and I know it's him because I put Hail to the Chief as his ringtone. So anytime I hear Hail to the Chief on my phone, I know it's the president. Well, he found himself in the president's crosshairs on Monday when he signed off on the state's election certification. So this is a Trump loyalist, but he's looking over the Arizona election results. Biden won just barely, but he won. He's looking it all over. He's saying, I can't find anything wrong with this. And all of a sudden, his phone starts to ring. And it's Hail to the Chief. And you see him take the phone out of his pocket and mute it and put it down.
Again, if this were on Veep or if this were on SNL, you would think that was a hack joke. And it's not. It actually happened.
Yep. And then finally this, let me just mention, I'll mention this and we'll close. Arizona. Kelly, the astronaut, won.
Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly.
Yes.
He was sworn into the Senate yesterday, narrowing Republican control of the chamber, underscoring his state's shift from red to almost blue. I think they're still kind of...
They have two Democratic senators.
He defeated Martha McSally in the election, and there you go.
All right. Weather, traffic.
It's the same, like I've been telling you. There's no change. There's no snow. I don't know when it's coming. No time soon. Highs in the low to mid 40s. Overnight lows in the low to mid 20s. Traffic. All lanes of northbound SR 36 are closed. There appears to be a second crash in the same area as that earlier crash I was telling you about on Stansbury Parkway. RV was in traffic northbound 7th East to 9th South. They had to stop all lanes to move it. They should be out of the way by now, but there could be some residual delays in that area. Crash northbound Washington Boulevard at 11th North in Ogden. And I believe that's it. Do you see anything? Is it safe for you to text us and tell us about it? You do that with our short code 33986. Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. Once again, Fair Play loses. More than half of emergency small business funds went to larger businesses, new data shows. Officials from the Treasury Department and the Small Business Administration have argued that the program primarily benefited smaller businesses because the vast majority of the loans, more than 87%, were for less than $150,000. But the new data shows that more than half of the $522 billion in that same time frame had gone to bigger businesses, and only 28% of the money was distributed in amounts of under $150,000.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, several Trump businesses were among the larger businesses to receive some of this money that was intended to help small business. Boner candidate number 3, once again, fair play loses out.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
I don't know how you're going to decide among these three.
Yeah.
Number 1, in my judgment, Trump won. That's what Republican Representative Mo Brooks of Alabama has been telling his colleagues. And I'm going to go to Washington in January, and when they have that electoral college vote, I'm going to challenge the electors if I can get a senator to go along with me. That's number 1. Number 2, I'll give you one guess who the dick is who voted for the no on this. 96-1 Senate vote to okay a bill to speed up benefits for people who have ALS, Social Security benefits. Yes, 96 senators voted. Yes, this is a compassionate thing to do. 1 did not. Mike Lee. And Boner candidate number 2, once again, or 3, once again, fair play loses out.
All right, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do that at 8:20. 3 different candidates. Get a winner there. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide. Right now, you got to send a champion from round 1 forward to Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting December 3, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. All right. You have only until the end of these messages to get your vote in for round 1. Let's go. This is round 1.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think. No? Okay. Hawk. Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Okay, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you by Nasi Goreng.
Excuse me?
It's Nasi Goreng.
I don't know what that is.
If you go to my Twitter, at RFHBill, you'll see a picture of Nasi Goreng and a recipe for it, as a matter of fact.
Oh, it's rice.
It's Indonesian style fried rice with an egg on top.
I thought Nasi Goreng was an NPR reporter.
and I thought it was a member of Hitler's inner circle, but.
And gear up at Level 9 Sports December deal sale with huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear, full-service tune-up, ski boot experts, and lowest price guaranteed. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
Boner candidate number 1. By the way, Nasi Goreng means literally in whatever language that is in Indonesia, fried rice. Number one was, in my judgment, Trump won. I don't know how you could choose among these three candidates. This guy didn't get very many votes, though, 16 only. He's going to go to Washington. He's a representative from Alabama. He's going to go challenge the Electoral College. Okay. Boner candidate number two, I'll give you one guess to figure out who voted no on this is. It was a 96-1 Senate vote okaying a bill to speed up benefits, Social Security benefits, for people who suffer from ALS. One senator voted against it. Yep, Mike Lee. And Boner candidate number three, once again, fair play, loses. That got a few votes because money that was supposed to go to small businesses has apparently been going to larger businesses in the relief efforts. But you can't beat Mike Lee.
Yep.
Good, that was my choice.
193 votes.
It's the only time I vote for Mike Lee is when he's nominated for a boner. That's the only time that happens.
Well, and everybody said to me, what are you going to do when Trump's out of office? I said, well, we got plenty of other people lined up. There's Mike Lee, Burgess Owens. They're all lining up for boners.
And don't think Joe Biden's going to be perfect.
Exactly. He'll make his mistakes. Of course he will. All right, so anyway, there's your winner of round one. It goes forward to Boner Fight, might be Boner of the Day. Round two coming up at 8:20, three more candidates. We get a winner there as well. Take both of our champions and put them against each other. Boner of the Day is decided by you at 9:20 this morning. Mayor Mendenhall is on the phone
Speaking of perfect, perfect leaders in public life.
I got to take another call.
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall. Mayor Mendenhall, I went to your Twitter feed, which is what is it, at SLC Mayor.
SLC, that's right.
Yeah, and it's a series of little videos, pretty much, where you have messages for the citizens of Salt Lake. And you are always so charming and positive. I think so. I think I do this every day. I go look at one of those, and it makes me feel better about things that are going on. So I'd urge people to do
thanks.
that.
I would say
that.
there's good information there too. I mean, I appreciate your highlighting the Small Business Saturday. We've been highlighting some small businesses on our show. And how did Small Business Saturday go in Salt Lake?
What we've heard from the businesses we've been talking to over the weekend and since is that it went really well, and it's crucial. It's so crucial for them as, the CARES dollars from the feds that have come through the city, the state, and the county, they've all run out for the businesses, and this is, of course, their biggest time of year. So please keep shopping locally. 55 cents of every dollar that we spend locally stays right here in our economy. And that's our neighbors. That's the business owners and the people who work at 90% of Salt Lake City's businesses are small businesses, so 50 and fewer employees. It's our bread and butter.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty of shopping days left. Keep going.
I've tried to go, like, for instance, I used to buy most of my groceries at a grocery store that was bought up by a big chain. But it was a store that I was used to going to, and I like it. And it does employ local people. That make no doubt about it.
But
it employs a lot of local people. But then I thought, well, Harmon's really is local. So I've kind of shifted my grocery buying to Harmon's, just to kind of support local business and keep the economy going locally.
It's funny how our family does the click list. And you start to distinguish the click list differences between the different grocery stores. And Harmon's keeping, I noticed there's always a personal note stapled to your grocery bag.
Yep.
It's not just for me, it's on every cart. And they're keeping the heart of that local experience going, even though, there's as many Harmon stores probably across the state of Utah as any other. But groceries, can we talk about COVID?
Yeah, sure.
Just because the numbers yesterday set us back toward record heights again after a dip from the holiday and the weekend. But I think it's that positivity rate that was so alarming.
42%, I think?
42%, yeah. and we've been down in the 22 to 24%, so about a quarter of the people tested were positive. But if this continues, I'm anxious to see what this positivity rate does. It almost means that 1 out of every 2 people tested was positive. So the community impact, the community spread that looks like it's happening right now is very dangerous. It's very
just
precarious.
for a point of reference. New York, their threshold for shutting down schools is 3%.
Oh, wow.
A 3% positivity rate. We're at 42%. It's out of control.
Yeah, it's alarming.
I mean, I guess we can just still urge people to social distance, stay home as much as possible, wash your hands, wear your mask. Are we too overwhelmed now? Is there any? Will that help?
Of course, absolutely, it will help because the 42% positivity rate and the 4,000 plus cases that were reported yesterday are mostly coming from individual social gatherings, from someone you know spreading it because they felt comfortable enough to not wear a mask or to not take enough precaution. So it absolutely, every single interaction we have matters. And the decisions we're making in our homes and in our friends' houses is what's making this virus grow right now. Yeah. So please, if you can up it a little, and I think the example that sets for the people in your orbit is significant, just to help normalize, like those videos we were doing over Thanksgiving, trying to normalize that nobody is acting normally right now. We're all working in these ways to limit our exposure and limit the spread. We're all in that boat. So please help normalize it as much as you can.
And really quickly, Mayor, early phone call from Bob earlier. He wanted to know because he was sad because he loves the library and he's wondering why you closed it.
Said it was open and now it's closed again.
And that's a decision made by our wonderful library staff and our library director, Peter Bromberg, as they've assessed their ability to render the library services safely for their employees and the public or not. And at this point, they don't feel that they can do it safely. So I've supported their decision in that way. And I know that they want to open. They desperately want to connect with their customers and have the library open. They will be as open as soon as they can do it safely.
All right.
And Mayor, we'll let you go, but do you believe George Clooney's claims that he's cut his own hair with a Flowbee for 20 years?
I'll listen and believe anything George Clooney says.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Salt Lake Mayor Erin Menden. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, a couple of accidents. Northbound SR 36 has closed it down. Appears to be 2 crashes in the same area at Stansbury Parkway. Now, maybe you're stuck out there and things have started moving again, and you have information that UDOT doesn't. Isn't that kind of fun to feel like you have more information than the grown-ups?
I know more than UDOT.
You can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that, and I will pass it along, 33986.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. Sean Means reviewing movies after these. And, of course, round 2 of your boners all coming up. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com. There is a location near you.
Betcha.
And near you isn't just where you live. I've been out of town and needed Big O tires, and I get out my phone and I go to the website and I'm like, oh, of course there's one near me even when I'm not home.
That's true.
You will get fine service at any Big O tire store. They are the team you should. Well, they are the team that you do trust. They're having their Black Friday sale going on through the 6th of December. You can save up to $190 off of a set of Michelin or BF Goodrich tires, fine tires. Buy 3, get 1 free on Mesa or Aspen tires. Save up to $100 on Pirelli, Nitto, Toyo, or my favorite, the Big O brand tire. And you can have no interest options until January of 2022. Now, that's all terrific. That's really great, but the sale ends on December 6th. So take advantage of it at your local Big O tire store. You can find one near you by going to BigOTires.com. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it, chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase
person.
a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married. Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
Were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third,
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm sorry. His third wife.
Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, I think you were just there yesterday, Carrie. Dr. Volt's Comic Connection,
Yes.
pleased to announce month-long December sale. Back issues store-wide are up to 50% off. Ask for weekly specials only at Dr. Volt's.
Thank you.
Well, looky here, it's Sean Means. He is a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, a film reviewer. You can read many of the things that Sean does in the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com. And then, but you can find it all collected, reviews and everything at moviecricket.net. Hi, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hello.
I know we got 4 movies on the list, and you wanted to talk mostly about The Prom and Nomadland, right? So
Yep.
let's zip through Dear Santa and All My Life.
Yep. Dear Santa is a documentary about the U.S. Postal Service's Operation Santa program, which strives to answer kids' letters from Santa that wind up at the Postal Service.
Okay.
Which is a great worthy cause that deserves a better documentary than this one. The biggest problem with this is that the narrative of this movie acts like, spoiler alert, Santa is real. And therefore giving the credit to a fictional character instead of to the actual people who do the work. It's really annoying and cloying,
Okay.
and it just got on my last nerve. So 2 stars for that one.
All right.
For Dear Santa, and that's in theater. That's in some theaters and on VOD. All My Life is based on a true story, romantic drama about a young couple that get together, start planning for their wedding, and the guy discovers he has liver cancer and is going to die sooner rather than later. So it's all about how their friends step up to make the wedding happen quick before it's too late. It's pretty well done. The best part is that the 2 leads, Jessica Rothy, who is the girl from the Happy Death Day movies.
Oh, yeah.
And Harry Shum Jr., who you all remember from Glee and the last 2 minutes of Crazy Rich Asians, are the main couple, and their chemistry is really great. So it'd be worth it just for those 2. So
Okay.
3 stars for All My Life, and that's playing in theaters. So,
All right.
The Prom. This is the Broadway musical. Some may be familiar with this. A girl in Indiana wants to go to prom with her girlfriend, and the PTA decides that instead of letting that happen, they're going to cancel prom altogether.
Yeah.
Making her even more of a social pariah at her school than she already was. This word of this gets to a few down and out Broadway stars who have whose last musical just bombed at the critics because they are shameless narcissists. They decide they're going to go to prove that they're not shameless narcissists and get their image back on track. They're going to take up a cause, and they're going to go to Indiana and help this girl. And they do that.
Okay.
And weirdness ensues. You've got a really good cast here. The Broadway stars are played by Meryl Streep, James Corden, Nicole Kidman, and Andrew Rannells, who was the original Elder Price from Book of Mormon. And they're good. They're funny. They have good funny moments, all of them. But the kids, the 2 girls in the lead of this, are the reason to see the movie. This newcomer named Jo Ellen Pellman, she's just delightful, and she's going to have a big history. And then her girlfriend, who is the daughter of the head of the PTA, played by Kerry Washington. Her name is Ariana DeBose, and if you saw Hamilton, the original cast of Hamilton, she was the member of the ensemble with the giant afro, who was the bullet in the final scene. She was the one who held the bullet during the duel scene at the end. She's also going places because she's also going to play Anita in West Side Story movie that comes out next year. These kids are delightful, and the movie is just this great candy-colored thing. It's directed by Ryan Murphy, who did Glee and Eat, Pray, Love, and so on.
Yeah.
So it's really sweet. So 3.5 for The Prom. It's in theaters this week and on Netflix next Friday.
Okay.
All right.
Watch it at home.
So Nomadland.
Nomadland. This is a movie that's been coming down the pike for a while. It won the top award at the Venice Film Festival, which they actually had a film festival.
Oh.
And it is it's based on a book about real people who live as nomads, live in vans, and sort of travel around the country and have this sort of on the road life style. Mm-hmm. We see it through the eyes of one woman played by Frances McDormand, who lives in her van.
That's all I needed to hear. I don't need Frances McDormand.
It's Frances. That's really all you do need, because she is just amazing in this. She does so much with just quiet gestures and a few moves and almost no dialogue, or not a lot of dialogue in places. And it shows her, in the winter she's working at an Amazon distribution center and living in a van in a trailer park that
down by the river
pays for.
Oh.
And sort of, kind of, yeah. And then goes from there to working national parks in the summertime, working at the Wall Drug in South Dakota, just going from place to place. And it shows how, through both sort of economic issues and also sort of a wandering spirit, how she came to be this way and how she came to this point in her life.
Mm-hmm.
It is so beautifully done, because you get, from these modern caravans, you get the feel of like the Old West, covered wagons in the Old West, or the Okies in the Dust Bowl. You get a feel of that history and the beauty of the film. The writer director Chloe Zhao is really great at sort of just allowing these little moments to happen and just to let the whole thing sort of envelop you. It's just a really beautiful movie, and as Gina says, Frances McDormand's in the middle of it, and you want to see that wherever it goes. So
you always
4
sign
stars.
up for that, and it's a rare. Sean means 4 stars.
All right,
it is.
So how many 4 stars have you given this year?
This is about 8 or 9.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And here's the thing: is it's on Nomadland is going to be on VOD for 1 week starting tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then in February, it's slated when Oscar time is going to be happening. It's slated to be coming into theaters. Hopefully, we will be able to go to the theaters and enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
So.
All right, there we go.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to look for that one for sure.
Thank you, Sean.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
See, there's good new stuff to watch.
Moviecricket.net. And you can also read these 4 reviews at x96.com. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
A crash northbound I-15 at the 8th North off-ramp in Orem. And I haven't seen an update on Stansbury Parkway in about 45 minutes. There were 2 crashes there that were affecting traffic. If you're out there, and it's safe for you to let us know if things are moving again, I would appreciate it. You can text us that and anything else you need to let us know at 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates that you will be considering. Number 1, Not As I Do. Number 2, once again, Yankee Know-How triumphs. And number 3, Not a Happy Ending.
All right, Boners Round 2 coming up after these, and also Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up as well. Manscaped.
Now, imagine, so get a gift a Christmas gift for your boyfriend or your husband, and imagine him opening up an attractive box that says, it says that your boys will thank you. And then you'll see inside this box the most sought after gadgets that a man could want. The Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, which is waterproof and uses a 9,000 RPM motor to get the hair out of your nose and ears. You can also get the Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer, the best trimmer on the market for your personal hair, your hair below the belt. And this is great for boyfriends, husbands, for dads. It's Manscaped. Now, you can get this product, you can get this gift by going to their website, manscaped.com. Use the code X96. You will get 20% off and free delivery at Manscaped.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Yeah.
Why so grimacing,
yeah,
Bill?
for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, I mean, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
You know, it's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not
here to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah. Well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End. And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com, and I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with. What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
Upon
of
us.
upon us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah,
you
probably need to go down.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
Or you might be able to online because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I? All right, 8:20 right now, and if you go to x96.com/live right now, you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. And, yeah, see, we got cameras set up in our various homes, and there's Gina wearing a Santa beard, I think.
No,
or is it just packing material?
Is that a mop?
It's
a mop,
beard.
isn't it?
It's a Santa beard.
Oh, okay.
See?
Okay.
Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, and there's Katie in the studio in Salt Lake, keeping it all together. And, and doing this, we're able to do remotely our Road to the Road home broadcasts. And if you go to x96.com/live, you can click on the rotating banner there, and it'll tell you all about Rocky Mountain Chevy dealerships near you that you can donate to, your physical items, and then there's a link there as well where you can donate your cash, your money donations to the Road Home for this year. And on Wednesday of next week, we'll be at the Chevy dealer in Murray. They're on State Street. I think it's 5500 something. So that's where our station will be set up on Wednesday next to take your physical donations and probably give away Radio from Hell face masks. So
yeah, we have a bunch of them, and we'll have a computer set up there where you can interact with us on the screen, and we can talk to you and get song requests. We got that yesterday.
I was going to say, the song that we're playing for the Potty Break song at 9 o'clock is a request from yesterday. One of the first people who donated, we told him we'd play a song request, so we got that going.
That could happen.
All right, but anyway, there you go, x96.com/live. Right now it is time for round two, of your boners. Here we go, 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of the winners, put them together at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
in your email inbox an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can go to diversioneatery.com. You see their menu there and see what a great restaurant they are, and you'll be enjoying their food soon.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Not as I do. Do as I say. Not as I do. The mayor of Austin, Texas, stressed that residents need to stay home during the pandemic. Stay home. Stay in your place. Do not travel. By the way, he offered that message from a vacation he was on at Cabo San Lucas.
Maybe he lives in Cabo San Lucas.
No,
Maybe that's his home.
He's the mayor of Austin, Gina. The mayor. One night into the trip, the mayor addressed Austin residents on Facebook saying, "We need to stay home if we can. This is not the time to relax. We're going to have to be looking really closely. We have to look to close things down if we are not careful." He was, but at the time he was giving this message, he was in Cabo San Lucas.
Yeah, he's not the only mayor to have this happen. There's quite a few of them. There's a list. They'll get on the air and tell you stay home and don't do Thanksgiving, and then the next day their social media reports.
He said he regrets it. I regret doing this, he said. Boner candidate number 1, not as I do. Here's boner candidate number 2. Once again, Yankee know-how triumphs. With COVID-19 sweeping across the nation, the U.S. government in April announced orders for almost $3 billion worth of ventilators for a national stockpile. This was meant to save Americans suffering from severe respiratory problems brought on by COVID. But of the 140,000 machines that were added since then by the government to the U.S. Strategic National Stockpile, almost half of them are just basic breathing devices that don't meet what medical specialists say are the minimum requirements for
They're not a ventilator.
for ventilators. So they're really not ventilators needed to treat acute respiratory distress syndrome. That's the main cause of death for most COVID patients. Only about 10% of them are full intensive care ventilators, ICU ventilators, of a type that doctors and ventilator specialists say they would normally use to intubate patients suffering from acute respiratory distress syndrome. So that's how we handled this. We need the ventilators. Spend billions of dollars. Let's get them in here.
We have more ventilators. People didn't think we'd have this many ventilators. They can't believe it.
They don't. Who knew there were so many ventilators in the world? What? I
don't try to understand.
It's good old Yankee know-how. That's what it is. Boner candidate to number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm not often partial, but this is my favorite one of the 3. Not a happy ending.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
At Young Mazda, lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See the selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
Now, apparently there have been 4 episodes of The Real Housewives of Salt Lake. And as it's going, Jen Shaw is fighting with Mary and Meredith, and her drama is sucking in Heather Gay and Lisa Barlow and Whitney. I don't know. So I hope tomorrow we will have, what's her name? I can't think of it now. Off the
Victoria.
Victoria, thank you. Victoria, she's going to be with us tomorrow and bring us up to date on what's happening with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake, because I record them and I see them in my feed, and then I never watch them.
Yeah.
I just can't. I can't bring myself to do it.
You guys are doing it wrong. If we're going to have this feature, you should at least be somewhat familiar with what's happening.
Well, no, that's why I rely on Victoria to keep me caught up, so I don't have to watch
Exactly.
it. See, that's Victoria calls in, tells me everything I need to know. I need to know the catchphrase is, "No, you smell like hospital." Then I sound like I'm watching it, and people think, "Oh, he's up on it," and I'm not. I'm getting crib notes from Victoria.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's 30 years of radio, but apparently I'm doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong.
Barry Gibb has a mission. He's the only surviving BG. BG for Barry Gibb. Is that for Barry Gibb? The BG?
BGs? Brothers Gibb.
Brothers Gibb. That's what it is. That's right. He's the only surviving one. But you know what he's doing?
What?
He's trying to keep the music alive.
How deep is your love?
Keeping the music alive. His son says, Dad doesn't have much interest in modern new music. He just...
Hey, Dad, Post Malone. What do you think of Post Malone?
I don't. I like to listen...
He's Australian. You have to have the Australian accent.
Crikey! Crikey, Dad.
Night Fever.
Staying alive.
Yeah.
Staying alive?
Well, and Kerry Jackson is also doing his part.
More Than a Woman. Mormon Woman.
Keep the music alive.
Woman.
No, it's Bald-Headed Woman.
Bald-Headed Woman.
Yes, Bald-Headed Woman.
Bald-Headed Woman. Bald-Headed Woman to me. That's it. This is Night Fever, Jim.
There's Night Fever.
See, I know they sound...
No, they sound really different.
Let's see, that's Night Fever.
I can't imagine.
Staying Alive.
Really different.
Yeah. Night Fever. Let me throw you a curve here. All right.
You Should Be Dancing.
Yeah. Anyway.
I hate this.
No Jive Talk. I was waiting for Jive Talking.
Nope, sorry. We've moved on.
We're out of time.
I've closed the app. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Next up for Joe Biden, naming a healthcare team. He should be soon naming his top healthcare officials. It's hard to imagine more consequential picks than that right now. Already one prominent candidate to lead the Department of Health and Human Services has faded from the scene. New Mexico Democrat Michelle Lujan Grisham was offered another cabinet post, Interior Secretary, and turned it down. A person close to Biden said. That person spoke on condition of anonymity. Biden is expected to announce his choice for Health and Human Services Secretary next week. That person will have to have the confidence of the president, the ability to operate collaboratively across the government, credibility within the healthcare world, and the capacity to work with state leaders, according to former Health and Human Services Secretary Mike Leavitt, who is also former Utah Governor Mike Leavitt.
Yes.
Who is apparently pretty well respected in terms of both among Democrats and Republicans as being a person who understood how not only the Health and Human Services Department should work, but he sort of created this idea of transition teams between administrations. When a new administration comes in and an old one is leaving, Mike Leavitt is sort of the architect. I mean, there was always kind of an informal thing, but Mike Leavitt helped set up this whole system of transition, which has been used since then. The United Kingdom has said yes to the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine, and they're going to start rolling that out in England, Great Britain.
Some people call it
England, the Great Britain, United Kingdom, I understand. They're going to start I think this week.
People call it Britain. They call it Great Britain. They used to call it England. Different parts.
Different
but
parts.
The UK, great respect.
Different parts. Different parts they called England. That's where the Ings lived. The Rio Grande Cafe restaurant.
Yes.
We used to go there a lot back in the day. It was sort of a hangout for us in the early days, and then we kind of stopped. But it's been an institution for how many years? 40? Yeah, 46 years, 40 years. It's moving. It's the Rio Grande Depot was damaged by the earthquake that we had in March.
I didn't know that.
Oh, wow.
And there's still some problems. Plus, COVID isn't helping. And the owners now of the Rio Grande have said, we can't stay in this location. But they say they're going to move it and continue the restaurant. And I read where they're moving, and now I can't remember what I read.
They have the really cool old bar. And
I would think they'd try to take that stuff with them, and they could. Oh, here's where they're going to move, and this shows you how little I get out right now. They're going to move to the old fire station up on 13th East, where the Porcupine. Now that used to be a gastronomy restaurant.
Yes.
Then it was vacant for a long time, and then Porcupine Pub and Grill opened up in there. Well, apparently they're gone.
Oh, okay.
When did that happen? Because I just got soup from there 2 weeks ago.
I don't know. It says they're going to reopen in the historic firehouse that used to house the Porcupine Pub and Grill on 13th East near the University of Utah. And I
must have just happened.
I live so close to there. I didn't know they weren't.
Well, now, Gina, did you physically go to that location, or did you just order soup from Porcupine via some sort of service?
No.
Okay.
I'd go there and get. We like the soup there.
But here's the thing about that is that, to me, I mean, this is just me talking. 50% of the appeal of going to the Rio Grande Cafe was that cool old space. That old bar, and it just looked, stepped right out of time.
Well, so the old fire station up there on 13th East, that's a really cool location too.
It's a good space, but
they could in theory. The same owner, Brad Wheeler, the people who own the Rio Grande also own Porcupine and the Dodo. He says.
Oh, so there you go. It's the same group. Okay, thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
Now I got to go all the way to Cottonwood Canyon to get soup.
Well, you could stop.
Why don't
by
you make some?
Yeah,
No,
or
you have the best chicken noodle soup.
you could stop by and wave at me on your way to and fro. I suppose.
I'll come wave it.
Learn to make some soup.
No, they have the Bill Buy Local.
All right. Okay. Sports
Like
weather.
their soup.
Sports weather traffic.
Okay, so the Utes are going to play basketball today at 4 o'clock. They play the Washington Huskies. I don't know if the coach is going to be there because he had the COVID. I don't know who's playing because some of them had the COVID.
I just got a call. I'm playing.
Oh, okay. Bill's posting up. Utah State men's basketball coach Craig Smith tested positive for COVID, so he won't be at their game. It's everywhere. Utah Royals have lost Kelly O'Hara. She's their star defender, and she's going to Washington, which good for her because that's where she lives in the off season. So now she gets to be home. But sad for Utah to lose her, but she gets to be home in Washington all year long now. Let's see, weather. I told you a couple days ago it's not going to change, and guess what? It hasn't changed, and it won't change, and I don't know when snow is coming. Hopefully before Christmas it will snow. That would be nice. Highs in the low to mid-40s, lows in the low to mid-20s. Thank you to the friend of the program that said that those Stansbury Parkway accidents are off to the side and traffic is back to normal. That's appreciated because UDOT hadn't updated me on that as of yet. Crash northbound I-15 800 north off-ramp in Orem. And that's it. Things seem to be moving very well everywhere else. I have no other accidents to report, and neither do you. But if you do see something, please send it to us, 33986. Big Black Friday savings going on now at your local Big O Tires. Up to $190 off Michelin or BF Goodrich tires, plus no credit needed financing available.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. Not a happy ending. Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots football team.
Yeah.
He was caught up in a sting at a massage parlor in Florida, and he was arrested and charged. But the charges against Mr. Kraft were recently dropped. All charges against Robert Kraft were dropped, and probably rightfully so. The courts ruled that the state's massage room surveillance footage was inadmissible. Prosecutors said that we have to dismiss the charges because there are just too many irregularities with how the evidence was gathered. So Mr. Kraft, even though it's clear that he was there to solicit a massage with a happy ending, all charges were dropped. However, 3 women were arrested. 3 massage therapists were arrested as part of this sting.
Oh, so he gets off scot-free? And
he gets off scot-free, and they are being fined $31,573, and charged with crimes. He's off scot-free, and they're taking the brunt of this.
That's not fair.
No.
Yeah. It's not a happy ending. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. The mayor of Austin, Texas, stressed that residents need to stay home. Stay home. Don't travel. We've got to get this thing under control. He said this while he was vacationing at Cabo San Lucas. Boner candidate number 2, once again, Yankee know-how triumphs. The United States has spent billions of dollars stockpiling ventilators that don't work. And Boner candidate number 3, not a happy ending.
Okay, you've got to decide. These 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, go up against the winner of round 1. That's a good candidate. Did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these champions and put them together. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. All right. Right now, you got to pick one of these 3 to send forward to Boner Fight. So choose strategically. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all the computer needs, in the message of a text. Anything else in there will just confuse it, and your vote won't count. You want your vote to count, don't you? So 1, 2, or 3 in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can use your voice, 877-602-9696, and just tell them in the producer's booth who you think should be the winner of round 2. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting December 3, 2020, and vote there. So you have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. Brooklinen.com is the website. And be sure to use the promo code Jackson when you get there, Jackson. That's my last name. It will give you 10% off your first order, and it also lets them know where you heard about Brooklinen. Of course, I'm sure you have heard of Brooklinen. You've been hearing me go on about my sheets and my towels and how much I love them. They're also referred to as the Internet's favorite sheets. But they have more than just sheets there. They have all kinds of things for your home, all kinds of great gifts for the holidays, but more importantly, bath towels. These things are amazing. If you're looking for a way to turn your bathroom into a miniature spa, I've been using the Brooklinen towels, and that's been helping me find my zen, certainly. So you should go look into them. You can choose your fluffiness and your colors and all of that stuff. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath. Like it was totally like, I could just feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And they kept the cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, it's time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by this delicious Built Bar that I just ate.
What flavor did you have?
I think it was the cherry, what is it called? Cherry
Barcia.
Barcia. Yeah.
And get takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people from just $30. Get 30 wings with 2 sauce choices, 2 side dips, and 2 regular sides, fries, or chips and salsa. Open daily from 11 to 9. 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
It was a mistake to eat that, though, because now I have chocolate kind of all through my mouth and teeth, and I have to go to the dentist right after the show today.
Well, you always brush your teeth before you go to the dentist, don't you?
Well, yeah, but my tooth broke off even more last night.
No, Dr. Carroll will fix you up.
Yeah.
So we had boner candidate number 1, not as I do, the mayor of Austin, Texas, saying everybody needs to stay home, quarantine. He was vacationing in Cabo San Lucas at the time. Boner candidate number 2, once again, Yankee know-how triumphs. The United States spending billions of dollars stockpiling ventilators that don't work. And boner candidate number 3, not a happy ending. A Florida masseuse has been ordered to pay a $31,573 fine after soliciting Robert Kraft to commit prostitution. Oh, Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, by the way, he had all the charges against him dismissed.
On a technicality. I mean, he totally did it.
Yeah.
But
Michael won the gift card from Diversion Eatery, and the winner was boner candidate number 3, Robert Kraft. Not a happy ending.
Well, this is going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. We got 2 excellent candidates. So join us then to decide who is boner of the day.
You know, I was talking last week about getting a medical marijuana card and accessing the pharmacy and getting medical pot, CBD and THC. And it was kind of frustrating, and there were a lot of hoops to jump through, I thought, and but I got an email about it. Somebody saying, please don't use my name, but I've been listening to your reaction about getting a medical marijuana card, and I don't know if it's just the pandemic or what, but my experience was totally different.
Well, everything's harder now, so that could be.
Well, but then this person goes on to say, my neurologist was not affiliated with a medical group making prescriptions for marijuana. She was encouraging of me trying some for migraines. So she referred me to another doctor that did do prescriptions. It cost me $250 out of pocket. I had to talk with him about my problems. He had to access my records. He recommended me for the card. Once I was approved, I received a letter that I could take to any pharmacy for my initial appointment purchase, but I couldn't go to a different pharmacy until I had my card. A day or two later, my card went through. Already?
Yeah.
You're telling me this is... I go to my doctor and I say, doctor, it hurts here. And he said, oh, let me see. Oh, you know what you need? You need this medication. Here's a prescription.
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate this person sending me this email saying, oh, well, it wasn't that hard. Sounds to me like you got frustrated for no particular reason. Here, look how easy it was for me. I'm already frustrated reading your description.
You want 2 steps, not 10 steps.
Yeah.
Well, it should be. It should be that quickly. But
this
again,
is not to stick up for our state government.
But stick up for our state government.
This is a federal problem. If the federal government would finally say, all right, this is not a bad thing. This is medicine for some people, and we're going to lift some of those restrictions. It would. I think the state is doing.
Have you ever been to California, Gina? Are you familiar with that state?
I'm just saying.
If you go to California, a doctor will say, "Oh, let me write you a prescription for marijuana and take it to the pharmacy."
Did you think that 10 years ago you would be able to do what you've done this month in Utah? Would that have been surprising to 10 years ago?
I don't think a year ago I didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to happen even after they passed the law.
So it's not perfect. It will get better, I suspect.
Oh, you mean like how we buy liquor has gotten better? Is that how it's going to get better?
Now, Brett in the chat room has a very 2-step simple way to get around all of these problems that the state has done.
Legally?
Step 1, drive to Wendover. Step 2, limit your speed driving home.
So not legally. But I've had people contact me and say the same thing.
Yeah.
Plus, there's not a very good selection here.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
The state has limited what you can.
Mm-hmm. And it all goes back into our racist history. This plant has been demonized over the years. They used to refer to them as jazz cigarettes, because that's frightening. And it's been demonized for so many years that to the point where the federal government is even afraid to, even though half the states in the union have legalized it for either medicinal or recreational use, they're still terrified because it will look bad if we.
They're not afraid. They are being manipulated by the big pharmaceutical companies,
and that's part of it. I think
it's the big pharmaceutical companies who want to keep the lid on this,
and they're afraid of losing votes in their conservative areas as well. How dare you?
That's true.
So I think it's half and half.
Our good friend Brad Wheeler says, in California, I got my medical card at the dispensary 1 minute before I bought weed.
There was a doctor there going, yeah, you look like you need this.
Well, you don't look right.
Boy, what's wrong with you, boy?
You just don't look right. Here you go.
Right. Yeah, so it's... I mean, I thank you for the email, and you're right. It is remarkable that you can even do it at all here in Utah.
Yeah.
However, don't try to blow smoke up my ass by telling me that it's not that bad. It is that bad. It is that bad. Don't blow smoke up my ass unless it's good marijuana THC.
All right.
It's not that good, really.
Go ahead. Traffic, please, Gina.
There's been a report of a crash, I-80 westbound near 72nd West. Just happened, though, so we don't have a lot of information about delays in that area, but UDOT is just reporting that, and that is the only thing they are reporting right now, and you're not even reporting it. Nobody's reporting anything. Why don't you report something? If you see it and it's safe for you to do it, text it to us, 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that to determine who is Boner of the Day, and lots more coming up. All of that on the way. RandLife.com.
RandLife, local mortgage company. I've done business with them on several occasions over the past, 15 years, I think, or more.
I think it has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, RandLife. I just did a second refi with them. I said they were a local mortgage company, and they really, when you go to talk to them, they understand the market. They know what's going on, and they also understand the national market for mortgages. And rates are so low right now that if you haven't looked at your current mortgage and thought about refinancing, you really should. I saved thousands of dollars on the refi I just did with them. You can take advantage of the same thing. They have an e-close situation, which makes it very simple and easy. Knowledgeable team, they'll find you the lowest rate available. So go to their website, randlife.com, or call them, 801-478-4500. It's Rand Life.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-Subspace channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatloos on the missionaries. 400 quatloos on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion Sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatloos to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatloos.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatloos be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
Celebrity.
celebrities?
Celebrity.
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it was it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's a? I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was a yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. You know, a lot of them say it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there.
His shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-$80 a shirt, but they were they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd and Aaron.
No, it was. Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it
Honest.
perfectly clear.
Honest.
Was just yesterday.
Yesterday, wow.
As we were doing our Road to the Road Home show, and our people were at Ken Garff Chevrolet and American Fork yesterday. I can't remember the person's name, but he came in and donated very early, like around 6:30 or something like that. And he said, I'd like to hear that song. And it's, are the kids calling it IDK How?
Yeah, IDK How. That's what, if you're in
Instead
the
of
know, that's
I don't know how,
yeah.
but they found me.
Yeah. That's what they're calling it, all right.
I'm old.
Razzmatazz.
Yeah, I'm old school. I'm going to call them I don't know how, but they found me.
Good, I like that.
Because that's their name. Well. All right.
I just, oh man,
What's the
I'm
matter?
not. It's getting worse and worse trying to get through the show. I was eating a crouton 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I took a bite of a crouton and said, "What? There's glass in this No, that's my tooth." So a part of my tooth shattered off. My very back molar. And it left a little jagged edge,
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, I just need to get that kind of polished down and it'll be okay. Well, yesterday I bit into a pot sticker and more of my tooth broke off.
Wait a minute. Pot stickers are soft.
Sometimes they're chewy. This one was chewy. And another part of my tooth broke off. And it's been rubbing against. So fortunately, the tooth itself doesn't hurt. But it's been rubbing against my tongue all morning.
You're going to end up
Side of
with
my
one of
tongue.
those big sores on the side of your tongue that then
Well-
you talk funny because it's all swollen.
I've been actually, I think it's already there. I've been struggling to talk. I know it doesn't say. You ever hear me struggle to talk? But it's.
Well, if you go see
man.
Dr. Carroll, he'll get it fixed up, and he'll do all the talking for you. You don't have to.
Yes.
10:30. I got to be there at 10:30. They fit me in at 10:30. It's going to be a new crown. That's what it's going to be.
Maybe you can have this conversation with him once he gets done, and he finishes up, and he's sitting there, and you're sitting there, and he's talking to you, and he's showing you the video screen, and here's what I did, and here's all right then, and when he's finished, ask him this. He says, why? It's not only him. It's every dentist or hygienist I've ever encountered.
Mm-hmm.
They ask you questions that aren't related to what you're doing. It's just, so you watching anything on TV? And there they are. And they get things in the mouth and you can't answer.
They're trying to distract you a little bit.
Well, I'm trying to answer, but you got
You just go, oh.
But sometimes he'll just start telling you a story.
Yeah, which is great.
Which is great.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly good dentist, but here's my favorite thing he ever did. He's working on my teeth, and he's talking to me about something, and then he's saying, and then I'm taking my sons to the hockey. Oh, look, UPS is here with a coffee maker. Then he goes back to working on my teeth. They're just he's a great dentist and when you get to know him, he's a really entertaining guy as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Dr. Kelly Carroll is who we're talking. Yeah, it's. I took my daughter in to get a cavity filled, and there was a little bit of that. Should we be going to the dentist now?
I got no choice. Yeah.
No, you've got to take care of. You got to take care of these things.
Oh man! But I assume I'll go in all masked up, and I'm sure they take all the precautions.
They have the cups with the clean pens and the used pens. So when you sign in, you take a clean pen and sign it and put it in the cup for the used pen. They do all that stuff.
And then what do they do? And then when the clean pen cup is empty and the used pen cup is full, they take all of the pens out of the used cup and put them back in the clean.
No, they clean them and then put them back.
Oh, okay. All
right. Let's see. My tooth cracked when I was eating quinoa. Well, you got to cook it first. You can't.
But yeah, I'm still stuck on the pot sticker.
You're stuck on the pot sticker?
I am.
Don't think
Gina's
about it too
stuck
much, Gina.
on the pot sticker.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by for that. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Well, the economy has been hit hard. The job market has been hit hard. Utah's done fairly well with unemployment, the unemployment rate. But I know a lot of people listening right now. Their jobs have been disrupted. They've been thrown out of work, and maybe it's time to look for another career.
Yeah, maybe it's not that. Maybe you're even in a job right now, but it's just not working for you.
Yeah.
All different kinds of industries are looking for people right now, and you don't have to have training. You don't have to have the education in a lot of cases. They will pay you and train you on the job.
Absolutely. You just need to go to jobs.utah.gov. not to sound too Pollyanna-ish, but maybe this is going to be a blessing in disguise.
Exactly.
This whole, I knew you'd like that, Gina.
I do.
Just go to jobs.utah.gov.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now...
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. 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 And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats, and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is Druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Dang old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always liked raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time, in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See the selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
Prince Harry, you know, Queen Elizabeth II's grandson, one of Charles's brats.
Which one is he?
He's the
the
ginger.
one that lives here now.
Oh, okay.
He's the ginger who married Meghan Markle.
Yes.
He has suggested that COVID is punishment from Mother Nature, as he urged
you shouldn't fool with Mother Nature, Bill. We know this.
As he urged everyone to, quote, be a raindrop and repair the earth. The Duke of Sussex, that's the same guy, Prince Harry, made the claim as he launched a new Netflix-style streaming platform, or steaming platform if you prefer, for climate documentaries, adding that he also had questioned having children as the world will be on fire when they grow up.
Oh, jeez.
I don't think we should have any children, Megan. The world's going to be on fire, you know. The 36-year-old who recently bought an 11 million pound, and that's considerable dollars, California mansion, said in a very woke promo, as somebody said to me at the beginning of the pandemic, it's almost as though Mother Nature has sent us to our rooms for bad behavior to really take a moment and think about what we've done. It certainly reminded me about how interconnected we all are, not just as people, but through nature. I think we all should be like raindrops to relieve the parched ground.
That's a little much.
Yeah.
Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake, sorry.
Has purchased a wheelchair accessible van for a 17-year-old with cerebral palsy.
Nice.
He came through for a family in his home state of Tennessee. I didn't know he was from Tennessee. He's a Southerner.
Mm-hmm.
The family of 17-year-old Jake Stitt from Morristown, Tennessee, who's known in his hometown for sitting outside in his wheelchair with a sign that says, honk if you're happy, was in need of a wheelchair-accessible van for their son who suffers from cerebral palsy. Jake's father, Tim Stitt, is a primary caregiver who recently began to lose function in his hands after repeatedly lifting his son in and out of the van. So after hearing of their story, actor
nice.
Michael Abbott Jr. launched a $35,000 fundraiser, and then Justin Timberlake got involved, and they got him the van. Those aren't cheap, those wheelchair-accessible vans. And Kaylee Cuoco is addressing...
flight attendant, right?
Flight attendant and she's from How I Met Your Mother, I think, was it? Or
Big Bang Theory.
I get them mixed up because I never watched either one of them. And they were both popular, you know. And
and she's the voice of Harley Quinn on the Harley Quinn show on HBO Max.
Well, of course, Margot Robbie was Harley Quinn in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kaylee Cuoco is addressing the fact that people are saying there's a feud between her and Margot Robbie, and Kaylee Cuoco says, I don't believe I've ever met her. I don't think I've talked to her. I'm not sure why there would be a feud. I have never met her or talked to her. No feud. But people would like there to be one.
Well,
we want a feud.
But these are the same people whom I encounter. Mm-hmm. Who will say things to me like, yeah, I know why Warner Brothers is putting Wonder Woman 2 on HBO Max. It's because they know it sucks. And that's why. And I'm like, dude, do you think that just one person makes these decisions? There's a board of directors, there's shareholders,
And it was supposed to come out what? It was a summer movie.
It was supposed to be in May, yes.
Yeah.
May.
Lady Gaga, they want to put it on HBO Max before it gets too dusty. It's got a lot of dust on it.
I think it's as simple as it's the fourth quarter. You need to do something. Yeah. I think it's that simple.
Lady Gaga has teamed up with Oreo cookies to create a new Oreo that will spread musical message of kindness. The two cultural icons, that is Gaga and Oreo, concocted these one-of-a-kind pink Chromatica Oreos with green cream filling inspired by Gaga's feel-good dance album, Chromatica.
Carlin sent me this yesterday.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yes. Look. He's awaiting my review. Now, unfortunately, they don't come out until January, so...
Maybe he'd want your review of the music and not the cookies.
No, it was the cookies. I'm pretty sure Carlin wanted.
And Costco, this has got me excited, is selling a huge 18-piece Bonbon chocolate sampler for under $15.
Ooh.
The flavors include pistachio, salted caramel, raspberry, passion fruit, mango, milk chocolate, and hazelnut. Each piece is made with a thin shell of Belgian chocolate that's filled with either fute puree, caramel, or more chocolate that's whipped with fresh cream to make the center soft and rich. The chocolate is then placed on a layer of even more Belgian chocolate, hazelnut paste, and speculoos biscuit
Ooh, my
crumbs.
favorite.
Speculoos biscuit crumbs. 18-count box, $11.99.
Okay, I want that too.
And then you can, for real, stay home and eat bonbons all day. I know you've been accused of it.
Yeah. Right, but actual bonbon consumption.
This is for real. All right.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour. Battling it out with the winner from round 2. Maybe I'm too harsh. Number 1 was called, I'll give you one guess to figure out who the dick who voted no is.
You think that's too harsh? No, that's
I'll give you one
harsh.
guess to figure out who the misguided senator is who voted no. A 96-1 Senate vote, which okayed a bill to speed up benefits for people who suffer from ALS. Now, these are Social Security benefits. For some reason, there was a waiting period, and people said, well, that's not fair. That's not good. That's just denying them benefits for no reason. And so the Senate said, yeah, that's true. We'll vote everybody in favor of it except Mike Lee, the misguided senator from the state of Utah. And that goes up against number 2, not a happy ending. Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, he's at a massage parlor, gets busted because they're doing happy endings and prostitution there. But he gets off scot-free. Charges dismissed. But the women who were involved, nope. $35,000 fines, criminal records. There you go. That's number 2.
All right. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, December 3rd, 2020. And vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get there to the website. Refresh your browser, and that box should appear at x96.com. Or better yet, some human contact. You can speak to a real, living, breathing human being at 877-602-9696, and they'll give you, they'll take your voice votes there in the producer's booth. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day. BuiltBar.com.
Well, Bill just finished one.
I've eaten 2 this morning.
2?
Good Lord.
2. I was really hungry.
Well, they're like candy, so I can see why you think that.
And they don't have a lot of calories.
The banana bread one was good, and I had I think it's toffee almond. Let me see. Yeah, toffee almond recently. That was quite good too.
They don't have a lot of calories in them. They're a huge amount of protein in all of these. And it varies a little bit. Like I thought 17 was the highest, but there was one I had the other day, had 19 grams of protein in it.
And
their
delicious.
carbs are low as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the what, Gina?
They're delicious. It's like eating a candy bar. And I compared them to the bars that I usually buy. And not only are they better tasting, but they're better for you.
We got a special deal right now at BuiltBar.com.
Yep. Use the promo code X20. That's X20. And you can get 20% off your first order. The best place to get them is going to their website. Use the promo code X20 at BuiltBar.com. Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers.
Got the graphic offline. Was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store?
It's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
He's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were running around England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pieman Graphics.
Well, thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
What I had on my 2020 bingo card?
What's that?
2020 bingo cards. Was right there on it.
Ah, is that a free space?
Yep.
All right, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Nasi Goreng.
And get takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people from just $30. Get 30 wings with 2 sauce choices, 2 side dips, and 2 regular sides, fries or chips and salsa. Open daily from 11 to 9, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I'll give you one guess who the misguided senator who voted no is, to delay this ALS bill. I mean, it was just, it was Senator Mike Lee, and he had no really good reason for that. Going up against number 2, it's not a happy ending. It's really not. Florida masseuse ordered to pay a $31,500 fine for soliciting Robert Kraft to commit prostitution. By the way, Robert Kraft, he gets off. The winner, Boner candidate number 1, our very own Senator Mike Lee.
All right, so that's your Boner of the Day for today, December 3, 2020. Now goes forward to be possibly Boner of the Week. That'll be decided tomorrow by Dave the Flower Guy. All right, let's go to Michelle Flynn.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, pretty good, considering. Michelle, of course, what's your official title these days?
I am executive director at the Road Home.
Executive director.
She's head honcho, Bill, please.
She said executive director. I will call her executive director, or ED.
I'm part of a great team. Part of a great team here.
Yes, you are. They're great people. Now, the Road Home, of course, has gone through much change over the years, but one thing that doesn't change, and that's people who need homes, right? Need shelter.
Absolutely. As you know, we're here to have that shelter available. We want to make sure there's a safe refuge, a nice warm place for people to come into. Last night we had 799 people in our sheltering facilities, including 96 children. But also we're focused on housing. And as we welcome people in, we also begin talking about where can we help? Where do you need a hand to help you get back into your own home? Especially now with what's going on with the health pandemic in our community.
Yeah.
People need to be in their own home. Being in a shelter is not a place for anyone to be right now.
Yeah.
The Road Home tries to get people back into their own homes, and I think people would be surprised, Michelle, to know the kind of people who find themselves homeless. It's not the stereotype of the alcoholic, the drug addict, is it?
You know, the great majority of people that we work with are working. They're probably not working enough hours. They're certainly not making a high enough wage to afford a place here in Salt Lake. But, they're very much like you and me, and they've come across some hard times and just don't have that support system or weren't able to connect with support in the community and ended up coming to us for that help. So we want to do everything we can, as a community to keep people in their own homes. But when that does happen, whether it's a family, a single man, a single woman, all ages of people, we want to make sure we're here and there's good help easily accessible.
So what can people do to help?
Well, there's a lot of help that we need. We are definitely a community organization. We have a lot of volunteer help. Even with our COVID-19 protocols in place, we still are welcoming volunteers in different ways, in smaller groups. The volunteers have come up with creative opportunities. We have lots of in-kind needs that we need. As you guys know, as we head into the winter, we just go through coats and hats and gloves so quickly. And then also just general donations, and all that information is available on our website.
Which is what? theroadhome.org, I believe, right?
Yes, it is, theroadhome.org.
And we have links from our website, x96.com. That's an easy way to get to the Road Home to help out.
Yes.
Now we're going to have our big event on the 21st and 22nd. Where people call in and they can donate money at that time. And will there still be a mechanism on those days that people can bring in goods if they want to?
Absolutely. You know how incredible and important this event is, partnering with you and your listeners. We're going to have a couple of different locations at the facilities that we operate in Salt Lake and South Salt Lake. And people are going to be welcome to drop things off. We'll have lots of COVID precautions in place so people can stay in their cars. We'll have people that will come up and help just take things out of your car for you so you don't even have to leave, and we'll make sure we'll keep our social distancing.
Excellent. And we'll tell people exactly where and how to get there and all of that stuff. Are the do the satellite shelters, is that what you call them? I guess it is. Do they seem to be working fairly well? Is there enough space?
Yeah. We have scattered site shelters now instead of the big downtown shelter. We have in the county, there's two facilities in Salt Lake, one in South Salt Lake, one in Midvale for families. We're working really closely in coordination with everyone. There's certainly better buildings. I can't tell you how grateful we are to be in these new, bigger, wide space buildings. When COVID-19 hit, if we were downtown, it would have been a whole entirely, huge challenge, even more than what we faced so far. But, we do need more shelter. We always need to make sure we have a place for folks. And we're working with the Salt Lake Valley Coalition. There will be some additional facilities that will be coming online in the next couple of weeks to make sure that we always have a place for someone in need.
Well, Michelle, we're looking forward to this really helping out a lot, and I hope we can do as, it's hard with the COVID going on, but hopefully we'll be able to do as well or even better than we have in the years past in raising money and things.
I know we will. When we're having tough times in the community, we've had these economic downturns. We still see people. People are still wanting to help and wanting to give, and we so appreciate that. People are always in our community are concerned about folks who are in need and those who are most vulnerable, and it's just a joy to be part of this community and do this work.
And Christmas is coming up. We'll need toys for kids too, right?
Yes.
We do. We have some, that information is also available on our website. We're soliciting donations and some things like gift cards and those kinds of things even more this year to make sure that all of our families have access to those items for their children.
All right. Michelle Flynn, Executive Director of the Road Home. Thanks so much, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thanks, you guys.
Michelle.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back after these. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. The snow isn't quite here yet, but it's on its way next week. You might want to do this before.
It's cold.
And it is cold.
It is, yeah. So Scott Hale would suggest that you make sure your furnace is operating well. If you have any doubts about that, get it tuned up. Scott Hale will tune up your furnace right now for $39.
Don't wait till something breaks. Isn't it better if you have them come in and tune it up? Maybe they'll catch something before you do have a problem and you end up in the middle of the night with a cold house. Get it taken care of ahead of time.
That's happened to me. Boy, I hate that. So what you need to do is call Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. Get your furnace tuned up, $39. That's all he's charging right now in the month of December. Also, if you end up needing a new furnace for some reason, $500 off a full system furnace and air conditioning unit, and Scott Hale will give you $100 off any $300 repair, and he'll give you 100% satisfaction guarantee. Go to scotthale.com for more. How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne.
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a German for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number one, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number two, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Carrie, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already had
a couple.
One.
I've been. No, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People are buying
was on
yeast.
the hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
you're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I needed new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
and
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
really.
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in, you're not the only one.
Try cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's not weird.
Buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's 9:53 right now, and we just got a few more minutes left here. Do we have anything we?
Well,
I got to get to the dentist.
I'm considering a purchase.
You're
mulling it over, are you?
I'm mulling over a purchase.
High end purchase, a lot of money.
No, it's about $35.
Okay, well.
It's really, Carrie. This should it's involving bathroom issues.
You're invoking.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay.
So I know Bill's getting his bidet installed.
I hope soon.
But see, my problem with the bidet is it doesn't do all the work.
No.
It gets you part of the way there.
Get you,
but
get you
there's
mostly
not a little
there.
hand that comes up and, make sure everything's taken care of.
What else do you... What else? What does it not do?
I've been a fan in the past of the wet wipes, as we know. But we also were told all the time by our plumber friends that they're not.
Don't flush those.
They're not great. Well, the algorithms that send you ads for things, and this makes me wonder what I've been searching out that I got sent this. But it's something that bills itself as better than wet wipes. It's called foam.
Foam?
Fohm. And you use it with regular toilet paper. And it's a little dispenser that dispenses this cleansing foam onto regular toilet paper.
Yeah, I see.
Oh.
So
I just looked it up, yeah.
And it's a little, and you don't even have to touch the dispenser. It's one of those, motion sensor, and it just puts a little squirt of foam on the toilet paper.
On the toilet paper.
But why would you need this if you have the bidet?
No, I'm saying
if
I'm
you
not.
have the washlet.
I'm saying I don't have a bidet because I've been thinking about, other ways to deal with these things.
Because
and
you don't really trust the bidet to do it all.
No, I think it leaves you lacking.
Why do you know that for sure?
Well, Carrie has said that.
I agree with her. Yeah.
How does it?
It gets 90% of you done.
Refresh my memory. What does it not do? What's the 10% it doesn't do?
Dry you. I mean, there's a fan, but you have to sit there and wait for the fan.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
So there's that. But
I can finish my chapter.
I found, like I said, it gets 90%, and then there's
some other cleanup that needs to happen.
A little extra cleanup, yeah.
If I find that to be true, I'm going to remove it, take it out, and not use it. This better give me 100% cleanliness and dry, or I'm not going to use it.
It can't do that.
The bidet game is never 100%.
I don't know.
You just got to decide whether it's worth it for your pipes and the environment and all of that stuff.
But I'm thinking this might be the happy medium because it's not a wet wipe, but you kind of are creating your own wet wipe with regular toilet paper. It might be the best of both worlds.
It seems like an added kind of problem somehow.
I would ask you, Gina, please be our guinea pig on this one.
You want me to order a phone?
Order it and see how it stands up because you've intrigued me.
Yeah.
You might find spit would do just as well.
Oh, gross.
Just...
No, Bill, come on.
You might find it would do just as well.
I was thinking of nice, refreshing foam. And
Well, I mean, and we have a texter who says, what we need is Dyson to create a bidet.
They would make us seriously.
They would.
Actually, what it says is we need Dyson to create a day, which I think we should have
voice
Dyson
to text
Day. We should have Dyson Day.
Yeah.
I'm just really upset about this. You guys telling me that this washlet,
well, it's a step. You just shouldn't think that it will do everything.
Yeah. Well, but that's stupid. You should. The reason to have it is so that you don't have to reach around.
Well, like I said, you've got to dry off, and so you take a little toilet paper to dry off. But while you're there,
I'm just gonna. I want it to do everything.
Well,
if it doesn't, then I'm going to be disappointed, or I'm going to spend more money. I'll buy a more expensive one.
I will for the show. For experimental purposes, for further poop chat discussions,
please.
I will invest in a foam, and I'll report back.
How much is this thing?
It's like $39.
Do it. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see what happens, and this draws to conclusion.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
All right. And people saying that I don't have the pressure up enough, it's up all the way. Okay? Do you think I'm the first to admit I'm not as smart as most people. But I think I would have figured that one out,
Well, now I want Bill to get his installed so we can have his review.
I'm telling you, this was the Costco one. What was it, like $200 or so? I don't know. I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
It's the Costco one. And so if it doesn't work the way I want it to, I'll spend 5 times that to find one that will.
Well, then you might want to just go ahead and get a full-on porcelain one like we saw in Europe, the full-on, this is all it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's the way to go.
I thought it was a drinking fountain.
All right. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Oh, wait a second. Okay.
It's almost here, so join us as we crawl into the weekend with Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Friday means we'll have the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update with Victoria at 7 a.m.
And at 7:45, we will answer the best question of the week. Fun, weird, interesting, meh? What? Just, you got to send it, though. Send your questions to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we might answer it.
And then at 8 a.m. At 8 a.m. That's okay. We've been waiting permanently and patiently for this. Jimmy, Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, featuring High West Campfire cocktails.
And, of course, there will be more for Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay, want to redo it or no?
You can edit that or something, can't you?
That's fine.
Katie's good with the edit. She can do it well. And that's kind of a challenge for her, a learning thing, on top of all the other crap that she's got to do.
Yeah, she's not busy at all.
All right, I got to go to the dentist.
All right, we're done. Thank you, Katie. Fine job. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Doesn't do all the work.
Corey is next.